Guys, I have now relaunched YouTube. Hopefully that works. That has worked. So many more steps involved in getting YouTube up and running. Hopefully that works. If it doesn't work, I don't know what to do. Okay, guys. Well, let's get back to, well, look at this AMA, AHMA, AHMA. Some days I just feel I wish I were just a little less conservative. I don't see, maybe YouTube, is YouTube working? Oh, good. Thank you, Pepe. Okay. Can't remember if SLBT had any news, actually. This is, not in it anymore, but, you know what? AHM A sorry, AHMA. I'm sorry, I was looking at another one. I was looking at another one. This is another one, PRFX had a big move after hours yesterday, like a huge move after hours. Look at it now. I was looking to see if they did a financing or something, but look at this move after hours. Actually, it wasn't after hours. It was just I closed the room though, and this was 3 o'clock. That's right. Sorry. So play is still hanging around the 10 level, trying to have a little bit of a bounce. It is an earnings play, obviously, and it's not good. Well, the reaction is not good. Okay. Well, on my home page, it's not the tree map, but it is it's the grid, and you just have to turn it into this tree map. Okay, so give me a moment. I'll explain. Oh boy, come on. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, so here is my home page. Okay, so on my home page, click on the link, and when you go down to the scan section, if you just care about the ones up, pre-market actives up, you load that. It'll be in a grid though. It'll look more like this. Okay, it'll look like this. Okay, and if you turn it into the tree map, you just right click and launch and show the tree map. Okay. Remember the tree maps, everything, so many things start from a top list window. You can have the tree map or you can have a race. Okay. And if you want the ones down, it's just obviously, whoops, it's just the pre-market actives down. So the pre-market actives down. So if you want the other one, there it is. Okay. Mamo on the move. MAMO on the move. It got up to 121, pulled back somewhat. Hey, just a minute, guys. Yeah, the rest of them have just tanked. You know, all the hype about stocks that were, well, especially the DXYZ. But I mean that they really ripped it apart when they said they were going to offer up to 1 billion shares, something like that. I mean that destroyed that. I mean, they still have a little piece of percentage of SpaceX, but with 1 billion shares coming out, maybe not all at once, but that's all the market needed to hear. Okay, guys. So play now is getting close to the VWAP. Will the VWAP stall it? Okay, 1020 is the VWAP. Take a look at quickly. Let's take a look at the sectors. The market is blah right now. Let's take a look at the sectors and see what's happening. Okay, so IYT, this is the freight transportation. That's the top sector right now. And more than likely energy. Yeah, energy is the weakest sector, not by much, but this is a glimpse at what's happening to the major sectors in the pre-market. You know, it's kind of 50-50. Okay, what time is it now? 9:24, 6 minutes to the open and the 9:30 open. Okay, Mamo is trying. Let's see, what sort of room does it have? 125 is the next high in the weekly chart. So what did it get to? It got almost right to that number. That's where it stalled. If you can get through 125, the next high is 125, or sorry, 150 on the weekly chart for MAMO. Okay, guys. Well, it's through that. That is 120. Oh, sorry, it's not through it yet. 125. I think it depends where you live, PJ. Anyway. Oh, there are a lot of in Vancouver, but there are, well, I'm sure you know what the signs are that people slapped on. TDIC, TDIC. What is driving it? Don't know. TDIC, do not. Well, is this called high? No, I don't know why. I don't know why it's up unless it's going to show me here. No, I don't see any reason why TDIC is up. Yeah, sometimes you just see these stocks and they're moving and they're up like a massive percent, and you look and you can't find any reason. It's a low float. I mean, low float China. Just those two words. Well, two. Well, low three words. Low float China. Three words. Okay. Recent split. Oops. But not today. It was yesterday. Okay. Well, it was yesterday. So I don't see they had you normal. Well, I shouldn't say normally, but if they're smart, companies are smart. What they'll do is they'll try to put a press release out immediately after a split, just to generate the interest. And maybe I don't see anything though. But anyway, did a split yesterday. Okay, guys, 9:29 now, so less than a minute to the 9:30 open. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I'll be watching this like a hawk at 9:40 to see if there's anything coming in. Nothing will happen in this until at least 9:40. So what else is one race that I didn't talk about? Well, guys are talking about the CRE. Yeah, way underneath the VWAP, way underneath it. I mean, that's not necessarily the worst thing. Some of you will play a VWAP reversion. All right, we are now open. Nothing in this yet. There we go. There's our first one, SLBT. Called daily trend reversals. Okay, daily trend reversals on my homepage. Daily trend reversals. Go to my homepage. Okay, just click that in. Go to the scan section, and it's called daily trend reversals. Now you will have the repeating version. So when a stock hits, you're going to see it over and over and over again. Every time it makes a new high, but you will not get an alert until at least 9:40. So again, just click on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section right here, scans, and daily, where are you? Daily trend reversals, okay? OBAI halted on the way up. Okay, yeah, it is. Oh, well, I'm glad you didn't try to short SpaceX. Wow. All right. Well, here's the here again. Here's the SPCH. So this should be working now. Let's take a look now. Okay, at 17%. Let's take a look at SPCX. It should be about 8.5%. Yeah. Okay. So now the percentages are correct after one day of having SPCH. Well, this is the second day. And just to confirm, SPC should be down about 16%. Yeah. Well, okay, market. Let's take a look at the opening bar in the market. So we've got a little bit of a green bar going. Okay, a little bit of one. Boy, this HQ was an awesome one from our AI yesterday, guys. I think you look at this. I mean, this was why is it awesome? Because look what it did. I mean, it was up, yes, but look what it did. It closed at the high, basically. That's so fantastic. Easy to keep in a trade. I mean, that basically closed right at the high, maybe a couple of pennies underneath, and now it's seven. So the high yesterday was 1805, and now it just took it out. 1805. Now you can't trade it yet even if you wanted to. Why? Look at the spread: 1714, 1830. Excuse me, 1839. They're really making it a little bit hard. But that was a great trade from our AI yesterday. Well, look at the drop in SpaceX now from 212 to 206, just like that. DraftKings big pop here, guys. DKNG a big pop. However, the 200-day moving average is just on top. Wow, this SLBT, this is, I mean, this got up to, I think, what did it get up to? About $26 after hours yesterday. Well, I have a tough time believing that's the float. Okay. I really have a tough time believing that that's the float. 226 million, up 300%. So what I'm going to do, what time is it? I don't want to miss out on my scan. What I'm going to do is take a look at the home dilution tracker or the dilution tracker. Yeah, that's the float. Wow. That is the float. That's pretty amazing for it to be up 285%. I don't even see any news. I mean, this was the Horizon Space acquisition. Now it is SLBT. Okay. So that's what happened. So it was a SPAC turned into SLBT yesterday. And it's okay. Horizon Space acquisition. Hint, hint. But it's hard for me to believe that's the float. That's how many shares are in the float. All right, let's take a look at some of these. I don't think I talked about EOSE. Let's see what it's doing. EOSE. Um, I mean, had a nice move, obviously, up to 770, 766. It came all the way back down to 671. It's testing the VWAP. EOSE is testing the VWAP, okay, which is around the $7 level. Okay, testing it. Starts commercial production at Thornhill Manufacturing Facility for what do they do? Battery line. So, okay, so that is what I guess kind of an EV play. Mammo got halted, guys. Oh, on the way down. Just waiting on this daily trend reversal, see what one we might get. Now, again, yesterday was such a great day because obviously the market was up huge when it was down big on Friday. So we had a lot of reversals, big reversals. I do not expect the same thing today. Well, especially on the upside. Not too many stocks were down yesterday. We may get a lot of reversals on the downside, like stocks that had big moves up. Okay, just give me a moment. So again, what we might get are more short opportunities. I haven't really paid as much attention to the short opportunities in that scan. Anyway, just have to wait and see. Okay, so as I said, Domo AVGX. That must be an ETF. It's got to be an ETF for Avgo. So this is what I'm talking about, guys. I mean, we're anything in yellow, and I'm not going to short a $2 stock. Anything in yellow is a suggestion to short, and that's what I was. That's what I was thinking. Because not too many stocks were down that much yesterday, and so to do a reversal on the long side, not going to see too many probably. Yeah, well, cheap ones though, right? SVRE and Domo. I mean, they're cheap. Okay, Lays. How about that, Lays? Just give me a moment. Give me a moment. Ah. Oh, I thought okay. I'm in Lays, guys. I thought they were going to prevent me from buying it. When I say they, I'm talking about Interactive Brokers. So why? Here's another one. But so why am I in Lays? There was the alert at 2:39. It didn't get it quite at 2:39. How about the GDHG now? GDHG 256. I missed it. Well, I didn't miss it. I saw it, but I was busy with the Lays. That GDHG looks maybe better, but I'm not going to take it now. Got to be fast. See what I'm talking about, okay? 256. And what did it get up to before it pulled back a little bit? 280. I mean, that's great percentage moves. These are not all day holds typically, okay? They could be 30-second holds. But you're getting great percentage moves very quickly. Now look at the VWAP is up here. And also the next high on a daily chart is right there. That's what that red line means. I think this is another ETF. So yeah, so RKLB must be down 3%. Jury's out for me whether or not I want to see these ETFs in here. That'll be up to you. So another ETF. Oh, I couldn't buy it anyway? Okay. Then I won't beat myself up, Bishop. And yeah, that's what, but look, this is exactly what I'm saying, guys. These can be very, very quick trades. Now, you had to look at GDHG anyway, and you see the VWAP ahead of it, and you see there's the next high on the daily chart. So you could have expected a bit of a stall there anyway. Now, there's another way to look at it too, though. This is a stock that's down right now. Okay, it showed up in the scan, but it could be. You could also figure out a way to go long it just because it was a suggestion in that scan to go short. But the longer it holds the VWAP, and remember it was up a lot yesterday, so for all the reasons it was up, could still be there. I'm looking. Enters a cooperation agreement with detection systems. I mean, that was the news on it. So, man, this one got halted on the way down. GDHG. So again, you've got to be careful on these. I mean, most of these, especially early on, they're more than likely just very quick trades. Okay, I have to take a look at this RGNT. It's pulled back a little bit here, but what a day. Well, it got up to 15 and it closed down here at 9 something. So I mean that was not a good close by it at all. Well, if you didn't mind shorting this ETF, that would have been a good one from that scan. Except Yeah, I'm just looking now at the spread. Spread is not great. Again, guys, look at the satellite stocks. I mean, lose Lunar. I mean, ripping ahead of the IPO, but you know what? It was dropping. It was like a lot of them were just dropping ahead of the IPO. But here's Lunar on the way down. LUNR. Hmm. Now, there's nothing in our AI yet either. Okay. And again, this is what I'm talking about. It is blank right now. I don't think there's anything wrong. If you give it some time, you will not get an alert in here until at least 9:40 anyway. And so far, nothing has met the filter requirements to get it to trigger an alert. It just didn't have the guts to hold that SPCH yesterday. Okay, guys, I am now going to take a look at some of the large cappers. Well, actually, let me take a look at some of the. Okay, here's SPACs. Okay, SBAX. Yeah, it's a two-time long. It's so okay. I'm surprised it's well. I guess it's heavily weighted to SpaceX. I guess. Okay, so this is another one. Okay, this is another two-time for for SpaceX. What's the volume like? 100, but I bet you the other one is a lot more. It's about the same price as SPCH, but let's take a look at. I bet you the volume is way more. Yeah, 17 million. So this has, but it's interesting. It's a bat. It's on the BATS exchange. So there is another ETF for SpaceX. Interesting. All right. Let's take a look at something else now. Take a look at some of these larger cap stocks. What time is it now? 9:51. So in about 9 minutes, I will. Oh, here's CCTG. Okay, it's at the top here. Halted, right? Yeah, it's halted. Well, of course, this could have an amazing run today. There's the high of about 5 days ago, up to 568. Look where it closed though on that day at $1.81. That's brutal. But that's what traders are looking at right now. The next high is 130, so it's at that high. So let's see where it could open. CCTG, low float, China stock. So this blue window that I'm showing you, this is nothing to do with trade ideas. This is all to do with Interactive Brokers. Time and sales from Interactive Brokers. There's the halt price, 131. This column trying to show you where it potentially could open. And typically they are a 5-minute halt. So if it's a 5-minute halt, it will open at 9:56 plus 8 seconds. How do I know? Because if you have my halts resumes, you can see that CCTG is halted at 9:51 plus 8 seconds. Quick math, add 5 minutes. Okay, so that's how you know where it could. Most of the time they are 5-minute halts. No. You should, 162, you should learn how to take links and things like that, okay? Why I do it this way, it's sort of, it's a bit of a teaching thing also, but you might not like everything that I've got, okay? So it's really, you should learn how to copy a link and save things, okay? Part of, so that you don't ever, if you, give me a moment here. Because I can't tell you how many times over the course of 15, 16 years I've had the program. I loaded your scan, but I don't have it anymore. Well, did you save it? No. So these are things that you really, really should do, okay? Learn how to do. So again, when you click on my homepage link, here are my scans, okay? I have more scans that I'm actually displaying that I'm sharing. But here's the large cap raise, here is the other raise, and here's the halt resumes. These are the, other than that, time frames really has to be up to you. I mean, you may not want a 5 and a 15 and a weekly and a daily and a monthly. The fact that that's what I have, not necessarily what you want. So there's a TDIC, guys. Cannot trade it. Let's see if that's a good thing. I mean, it would have been very quick, but that's what I'm talking about. Had the alert at 971. Okay. But but IB is saying, sorry. I don't think they can keep going like that. I honestly don't. I think that they can give all the excuses they want about why they don't want to let you trade. And I think it's more, I mean, I know Gemini told me, but some of these are, well, I mean, this is now recovered over 10 TDIC. Yes. So, I mean, the obvious thing too, 162. If you take, if this is for anybody, if you take something from me in terms of a scan, okay, you don't have to do it every day. That's the whole idea. Is you get something that you like from me, then you right click, save or share to cloud, okay, and save it to the cloud. If you accidentally shut this down by clicking the X, it's okay. You just reload it from the cloud. Okay, so anything you take from me. Now, the other thing is, you create your layout. If you want some of the things that I'm sharing, great. And, have some of the, like the time frames you may want. Also, you may not want bar charts, okay? I'm liking bar charts. Most people will have candlestick charts. So that's another reason why I don't really feel comfortable about sharing my charts. I bet you 99% of the people in here are not using bar charts. And also my time frames. I have a 5, 15, weekly, daily, monthly. That's not what everybody's going to want. So you should know how to create a chart. Click on new, create. Where are you? A chart window. You'll get a chart window. It'll pop up. Okay. And then you can, the best thing to do is then keep duplicating it, like duplicate it, and create the different time frames you want. Just go up to the little clock and pick your time frames, and then afterwards save it. File, save or share to cloud. Okay, file, save or share to cloud, and then you probably want to do. Well, I'm sure you want to do this entire layout. Click entire layout, and then give it a name, and then save it. Now it's in your cloud. The layout is in your cloud. If something crazy happens and you think you've lost your layout, well, as long as you saved it to the cloud, you will not be lost. And the other reason to do that is you can have trade ideas on as many different devices as you want. You can only have trade ideas loaded one device at a time. But if you went out and bought a laptop right now, and you download trade ideas, and you just have to load your layout or individual scans from the cloud. Don't have to recreate everything from scratch. It's just you just and again, I'm just talking in general. People should know how to do this. Okay, the market went. Oh, you're just talking about the HUN. I just loaded it. I just put it up on my screen. Yeah, it doesn't like it at all. So where's HUN? The next low looking left is 1358. And where's OLN? Interesting. So Olin is buying Huntsman, but in an all stock deal. Well, that's not all stock deal. I mean, that's one. That's sort of a bit of a red. Well, I mean, they happen, but then Hun is going to be so tied into whatever OLN is doing right now. So if OLN is moving down, so is HUN is going to be moving down. Okay, so Camp came in that scan and it pulled back. So I'm still interested in it. Um, let's see if it gets over 5 again. If it does, it becomes a little interesting. The next high is 586 on the daily chart. So JP Morgan actually upgraded this. Are you kidding me? JP Morgan upgraded Camp with a target of 9. Well, guys, it is 10 o'clock. Definitely interested in this Camp if it can take over 5 again, especially with that JP Morgan upgrade to 9. Not holding it to 9, don't get me, but this could turn. And what's the float? It's not crazy low, but it's low, 20 million in the float. But I'm going to wait on it, see if it takes over 5 again, maybe later on. All right, my homepage. Okay, guys, so we still have 2 promo codes. I hope. I didn't check this morning. I hope they're still I know Barry 15 is definitely. You know what? Maybe I should check. It's expired. Okay, that was the last day for it yesterday, so it is expired. Okay, so I'm gonna have to. So just so you know, just give me a moment. I have to contact gentleman who looks after my homepage. Just give me a moment. Okay, so this is not so that expired yesterday. Okay, so best you can do right now is bury 15. That'll get you 15% off an annual premium, an annual standard, or the monthlies. Okay, now the monthly, you'll get 15% off. Again, the monthly premium, monthly standard, 15% off the first month only. Okay, so please listen carefully. 15% off the first month only. If you take out a monthly subscription, 15% off an annual if you take out an annual subscription. So this is not good anymore, the Barry 100. So all I ask is this: if you take out a subscription, please use my code, okay? Sometime in the future. Could be today, could be tomorrow, next week, next month. Why? It helps to keep these rooms free. I'm moderating 2 rooms, a YouTube room and the main room. If you're sitting on YouTube wondering what I'm talking about, there is another trading room. A lot more interaction amongst traders in this room, in this trading room right here. So if you want to join a more active room, it's free also. A couple of perks though. Also, it is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. So thank you, Obi, for doing that. So if you want to come into a room in which there are traders talking about the pre-market action, you can come into this room right here. If you don't care about that, then you can just sit in YouTube, and that's fine. I don't open the room at 6:45. I live in Vancouver, so too early for me. So again, thanks to Obi for doing that. I get on the mic for both rooms sometime between 9 and 9:15. Keep scrolling down. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for it right here. The trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And education. So if you just took out a subscription or you're thinking about it, take a look at this, the Getting Started with Trade Ideas. So if you've just taken out a subscription, this is mandatory you do this, okay? 12 short videos to get you started. And if you don't have the program, but you're wondering about it, you should start off with the second video, go to the end, should give you an idea about what the program's capabilities are. So before you take out a subscription, do this at least. This may not be what you're looking for, okay? So at least, they're very short videos, okay? You can always take out a subscription for 1 month. If you don't like it, just tell us and we'll unsubscribe you. If you're new to trading, this is for you, okay? These are 15 videos, all free if you're new to trading. It's crazy, isn't it? That's why, I'm going to have that SSPC on my screen as a thumbnail chart forever. Well, not forever, but all right, what else have I got here? So now we're looking at the custom scans, okay? So if you're looking for my scans, etc., scroll down, middle section, here they are. So the large cap race is right here. This is a volatile race, that second race down here. These are the halts resumes, always active. Right here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. Now, just a word about these two races, okay? If you load one of these races or both of them right now, you will not have a top 10 list. I'm going to go over the race in a bit, but don't think you've done something wrong, okay? Your top 10 list and your race starts from when you load it. And right now it's 10:07 Eastern time. This race was loaded at approximately 8 o'clock Eastern time, 5 o'clock my time. Okay, so that's why I've got this list. Now, the other thing, if you want your race to run in the pre-market or technically whenever you load trade ideas, there's a setting because on my homepage, I have got it starting only at 9:30. Okay, that's how I used to want it. And yet that might be still what you want. Okay. But if you want your race to start in the pre-market, I can show you how. It's just a setting and you just make a change. That's all. I have other scans that I'm currently sharing. The only other one I've got up and running is the daily trend reversals. But I do have other scans up and running. You can ask me questions about them if you want. I'm sorry. I have other scans, but I do not have them up and running. Okay. No, 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 no. You pay for a month if you don't want it. No. There's no. You don't get it. Don't get your money back. No. We'd love to give freebies, but we run into situations with the exchanges. No, there's no free trial at all. Exchanges don't care that we like to give out free trials. They still want they still want us to pay for the data. That's one of our biggest expenses. All right, guys. So I do see the IAI had one on the short side, and that was the HUN. All right. Now I know CCTG showed up in that scan, but of course I'm going to wait again to see if it takes out two later on in the day. Obviously, it's got a ton of room. This may happen later. It may happen the next second. And the SPY now has reclaimed being positive. Mark Dow's up, SPY's up. Qs are down just a little bit. A lot of ETFs in this scan. I guess I should have paid a lot more attention to it because I mean there are a lot of ETFs and most of them are QPUX is shortable, only 25,000 shares. I probably would have been a little more into it had they not all been ETFs, though I really shouldn't have a bias that way. Thoughts on SU? Give me a moment. Okay, a little tease at the 2 mark again for the CCG guys. Just give me a moment, guys. I'm just waiting to see if this can take out 2 again, okay? I'm gonna put a price alert at that 202 level, see if it takes that out again. Okay, while I'm waiting on that, so thoughts on SUGP from, Zizan in the YouTube room? Well, it's underneath the VWAP, so that's the first thought I've got. So if you're looking to go, if you're looking to buy it, I'd definitely wait for a VWAP break. We can't trade, CCTG? Okay. Probably a good thing. Yeah, I mean, it's that would it sort of saved me. I mean, not that I was gonna take it just because it broke. Okay, Mike. Mike wants to eliminate ETFs. Now, EDRs, I cannot, I'm not sure I can help on that, but certainly ETFs, okay? I don't know if we have a, okay, I'll explain in a minute, Alex, how you can create your own watch list in a fairly simple way. So, Mike, if you watch carefully, I do have one alert window up and running. Actually, it wouldn't matter. I'm going to open this top list. This is the top list, and we're all races start from a top list window. So if I wanted to eliminate, if I didn't want to see any ETFs in here, and I probably already have that, let me just right click, configure, summary. No, actually, I don't. So if you wanted to make sure, are you following, Mike? I got to make sure Mike in our YouTube room was following. And this is how, with an alert window or a top list window, or so I will not. Okay, so it doesn't matter. I'm just using a top list window as an example, but it could have been an alert window. Okay, so here it is. So you right click, configure. Then go to search and type in EPS. EPS. Here's our earnings per share filter. And click on it. Okay. And then add the filter. So if you don't want to see your, because ETFs, of course, do not have earnings. So you could put, in the min, 0.01, and in the max minus 0.01. And that will eliminate, I cannot guarantee 100% of ETFs. It should, but it should get rid of every single ETF because ETFs don't have earnings. Okay, does that make sense? So you would go 0.01, and of course some stocks are negative earnings. So just put in some low number, 0.001 minus 0.001. Now I don't do it anymore. I used to. But what would happen, just so you know, is that for some of the foreign stocks, they get blocked, especially for whatever reason, Israeli stocks. We were noticing that because sometimes, you'd see some stock that's ripping and people would say, well, how come I'm not seeing it in my scan? And that's because for some reason, these they're not being picked up, some of the Israeli stocks and maybe some of even the other foreign stocks. So if you can live with that, fine. Notice I don't do that in here anymore. I used to. If I see the odd ETF in here, it doesn't bother me. Now, as far as ADRs are concerned, I don't know about that. I don't know if there's a symbol list. And even if there is a symbol list of ADRs, it may not be updated that often. So I don't think I can help you on that one. Because there's not something that says Well, you can exclude, yes. I mean, you can do that exclusion, but I was trying to see if there was a sort of a universal way of getting rid of ADRs. Not that I'm aware of, anyway. Again, we may have a symbol list. See, we do have something called ADR, but I just don't know. I don't know how up to date it is. So you could, if you click on it, so it's moved over here, and then you can exclude the following lists and check ADR. You could try that, but I just don't know how often it gets updated. Okay. Did you see what I did there to find that symbol list, Mike? So I right click on configure, and then symbol lists, and then add existing lists. And there it is. There are ADRs right there. And you just left click on it to make sure it gets over into this column. So Alex, sounds like it could probably, now here's here's a simple way you can do it. If you see something you like, you can click on the heart. Okay. When you click on the heart, and I'll just use this top list as an example. So in the symbol, have you ever created a symbol list before, or watch list symbol list? Have you created one before? Okay. So if you've got a symbol list that you don't mind, you can direct it immediately to that symbol list. If that could be a symbol list that you want to use every single day. It'll have different stocks in it, maybe every single day. So at the end of the night, end of the day, you either can keep some stocks, or you can. I'll show you how you can do that. But if you want to do it that way, so with a symbol list that you've already created and you want to direct something to that symbol list fairly quickly, here's what you can do. So let's just say that CCTG was something I wanted. Okay. So if I right click on the chart, and typically it's going to be because you clicked on something and you like the chart. So you right click, you can do it from here, but right click, you see where it says send CCTG to. So you just hover over that, go down here, hover over symbol lists. Oh, okay. You haven't created it in. Okay. Well, I'm going to direct you to our user guide. Okay. To show you now, you can do something like this. You can click on the heart, and that would send it to a symbol list that is already created for you, called personal list or something like that. Okay, my like personal. That is a symbol list that has been automatically created for you, and well, not just you, but everybody. Okay. Uh, I don't know if it's already over in this column, but if you click on add existing list, just try to find that. It's in alphabetical order. Go down to my liked. Okay, just look at my liked. Okay, and you left click on my like. So when you do that, it shows up in this column. Well, when you click on the heart, it'll automatically go to that symbol list, okay, called My Liked. The only other then what you have to do, I'm going to show you in the guide though too, okay, because this is your reference. So how you want to monitor your symbol list is up to you. Do you want it in an alert window or a top list window? Let's just say it's in a top list window. You right click, configure, and symbol lists. Click on the symbol list, and you should see it over here. And then this is a drop-down menu. The default is all symbols, okay? Most people, that's the default. So you just hit that little down arrow, and then you say, click on only the following lists. Okay, only the following list, and then you check my liked. And then that symbol list gets attached to the top list window or however you want to monitor it. It could be an alert window. And that's all it'll look at. Just anything that you clicked on a heart, okay? Anything you clicked on a heart, and it'll go into that list. But I also recommend that you take a look at watch list, symbol list in our user guide, okay? Because you may want, I'll show you. Just give me give me a moment. Okay, so go to the education section on my homepage, click on the more info, and then up here is the user guide. And there will be a whole section on, where is it? Watch list, okay? Watch list, whole section on watch list, okay? You may want to create your own watch list with your name. The reason why it's a little easier to edit it, because tonight you may want to go through the symbols and maybe you just want to get rid of some of them very quickly. Maybe you want to hold them over to the next day, up to you. Maybe you want to start a clean slate every day. It's up to you. I don't know how you're going to use it. Okay, but that's what I would do. Go to the user guide and the whole section on watch lists. Don't have to go through the entire user guide, okay? This is a general statement. Look at the SPY now, guys. General statement. When you click on my homepage link, and just as I went over, the user guide's at the top, well, not quite at the top here. You click on it, the education section, click on the more info, and then here's our user guide, okay? So now I don't think you meant when you said you're going to go through the user guide. I'm assuming you just meant the watch list, but the user guide is huge, okay? Nobody has to learn everything about this program. There can be a lot to it. When I say can be a lot to it, I mean, it's just like any other software program, there's a lot of things you can do, but most people don't need to learn everything that's in this user guide. The getting started is certainly something it's mandatory. Here's more detailed about what an alert window is, more details about what a top list window is. This is stock racing. I'm going to go over the stock racing. We just talked about watch lists. You want to put a sound alert on your alert windows or your price alert windows, but you don't have to learn everything in here. Okay. Don't get like, people shouldn't get hung up. I'm not talking to you, Alex, specifically, but people, when they look at a user guide saying, my goodness, that is way too hard. What we've tried to do in the user guide, though, is, of course, cover the main sections here, but you don't have to learn everything, especially not at the beginning. And even if you're become a power user, there's stuff I just don't use. So that Hun was a good short from our AI guys. Yeah, I'm just looking at it right now, and that was on that. They're being bought by OLN, but it's all stock. It's an all stock transaction. This is not the typical reaction to when a stock gets bought. No, it's not the typical reaction for when a stock gets bought, HUN, or a company gets bought. Usually the company gets acquired, moves higher. But the problem is that it's an all stock transaction. So the existing OLN shareholders don't like it. So as this moves down, so is HUN. Now that's a pretty dramatic move down for HUN, but Boy, oh boy, I talked myself out of trading these, and I should not have. I just talked my. Let's take a look at. So this is the daily trend reversals, the don't repeat version. Okay, why do I have this? So I can go back in time and see what the time of the alert was and what was the price, and see what it did from there. This is going to kind of make me sick. AVGX 49.69 was the alert at 9:40. So before it even pulled up at all, it got down to 48.30. I don't care about these little ones, but let's just see, for argument's sake, most of these are ETFs. Domo, I wouldn't probably never short some of these small ones, but now let's take a look at our RKLX. This is for Rocket Lab. So the short opportunity, 51.40. Look at this, got down to 48.57. APPX, which is APP, 39.11, got down to 38.17. QPUX, this really moved, 34.59. Wow, got down to 32. And AVGG, 28.92. They all worked. Every single one of them worked. Some better than others, but I talked myself out of doing it. Even though at the beginning of the day, I said, we're probably going to get a lot more short opportunities, just because, remember what it's trying to do. It's looking for us. Now, again, these are the ETFs. So if it's in yellow, it's an opportunity to short. That means that, if we look at, that means that the stock was up yesterday, at least 5% on the close, but it's down today. That's what the reversal is. And if it's in blue, powder blue, it's just the reverse. So you look at TDIC, it was down yesterday. You can see how it was down yesterday, at least 5%, but it's up today. That's what it's looking for. These are just daily reversals. But yesterday, of course, was an extraordinary day, because on Friday, so many stocks were down a lot. And then, of course, yesterday, it's in my homepage. It's on my homepage. So many stocks were down a lot on Friday. And then when the market ripped yesterday, we saw so many reversals. Just made sense. And fantastic reversals. Today's a different day. So if 146, if you go to my homepage, just go to my homepage and just scroll down, view the scans, and it's called daily trend reversals. Now, I have them both. Now, when I say both, this is what I mean. So this is what you'll load, okay? If you go to my homepage, this is what you'll load. This is what you would see. Now, you won't see all the original alerts, okay? You're only going to see the last one. If you're loaded at 10:30, you're only going to see the last alert. You're not going to see all the original alerts. Now, if you keep it for tomorrow, when you load it at least before 9:40, because that's the earliest you'll get an alert, then it'll be blank. Just save it as part of your layout if you like it. Now, the difference between this and this, the don't repeat. Now, you don't have to have it if you don't want it. I like it because that's what I just did. I can go back in time and say, well, what happened from the alert? This is the repeating version of it. So every time APPX makes a new low, you'll see it. Every time SVRE makes a new low, you'll see it. But you'll only see it the first time of the alert in this. So if you want this also side by side, and that's what I do, this sort of nags at me, telling me, don't forget. But not everybody wants the don't repeat. But if you do want the don't repeat, anybody who's listening to this, I can show you how to do it. Really simple. So that's our abbreviation now, right, Monica? IBNT. IBNT. Well, tomorrow I will not be as biased as I now. Granted, because the market was up so much yesterday, it'll be interesting to see tomorrow. I mean, well, the market's dropping, but is it going to be down a lot? Now, what's happening is the truce over? All right, guys. Well, let me go over this race, okay? And why I think it's a good idea. It can be a great idea for those of you starting out, or even if you're a seasoned trader, why it's kind of an interesting idea that you might find interesting. Talking about creating a watch list, this is what it does for you, okay? Check out socks. Sure, why not? Yeah, so I could have done SMH, I guess. The semi would have been probably looking the same. Yeah, SMH. So the semi's getting hit. And that's dragging down the market. Qs are down. Dow is up. There's a disconnect right now in the market. We've got the Dow, the value, so-called value stocks versus the growth stocks. So the race. And again, go to the guide and you'll see there's a whole section on stock racing, okay? Everything I'm going to say is in the guide. But I just want to go over the concept. I have two different races running. This could be a very interesting race now if the market continues to move down, because these are large cap gainers. So there's not going to be as many. These stocks would be running counter to what the market's doing right now. So I'm running a 4-minute race. Again, all this is customizable. You want to run a 5-minute race, a 3-minute race, a 10-minute race, go ahead. So what does that 5.4% mean? That means that since the race started, this stock has moved 5.4%. That's only 4 cents. It's a cheap stock. But that's what that percentage means. UBXG has moved 3%. So and if a stock's at the leading a race, sure, click on it, see what's happening. I mean, this might get interesting. I mean, I can't trade it. It's at Interactive Brokers. They won't let me trade it. But for some of you, you're looking at the VWAP and it looks like it's trying to hold. So some of you might look at that and go, okay, I'll take the trade, put my stop under the VWAP and see what happens. UBXG, let's take a look at this one. Now you can see what happened. It was moving around the VWAP like crazy and it finally held. And so, you might have looked at that. And that's why I'm saying click on any symbol you see here, because you just don't know what it's going to look like until you click on it. Of course, these are not necessarily stocks at the high of the day. They're still strong stocks, but they may have pulled back into an area that you like. Could be the VWAP, could be a moving average that you like. So anything that's leading a race, absolutely click on it. Anything you see in here, even if it's not leading a race, click on it. You just don't know what you're going to see. Any symbol you see. Here's another one. ASVP. I know it's been a very active stock. It looks like it's trying to hold the VWAP. Could be an idea. My problem with it, is that the spread is awful. 577, 611. That's awful. So again, just because you see something in here doesn't mean you just pile in and take the trade. Like I should have done with the SSPC, piled in and taken the trade. That's a big move, guys, from 6 to almost 8 now for the SSPC. That's the short. I mean, SpaceX is really starting to give it up from 225 down to 205. I mean, it's still up a lot, but it's, from its high of the day. So if a stock has won a race before, now I should explain why are these stocks showing up. So SLBT today has won 8 races. That's what the number refers to. CCTG just won the last race. It's won 6 races, etc. So a top 10 list is built for you of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. These stocks should be followed. Let's click on GDHG. When I say followed, I mean, you don't know what you're going to see. This could have been maybe pulling into the VWAP. Or some of you might look at this and go, you know what? If maybe it finds a base and the VWAP acts as a bit of a magnet. Okay, like I call it a VWAP reversion. I mean, that's an idea. I'm not saying to do it. I'm just saying, it depends on your trading expertise or style. I know like Poe loves to take these pullbacks and try to find a bottom and play the pop. So anything that's won a race, click on it. Again, you don't know what you're going to see. Here's the AHMA. You don't know. I mean, maybe when we clicked on it, maybe the AHMA was just sitting on the VWAP, and that was going to act as support, and then it was going to pop off it. So why are these stocks showing up? If I right click, open the top list. All races start from a top list window. And you can see this is a pretty full list of stocks, okay? Why are they in here? So all races start from a top list window. Notice what happens when I right click. Notice I've got an option that says launch real-time stock race. If I click on the configure, this is what I'm looking for in this top list window. I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $50. Volume is at least 200,000 shares and up at least 2% from yesterday's close. If a stock meets these filter requirements, it's going to show up here. Now, I have capped it to the top 50. There are probably others, okay, but I've capped it at the top 50. You don't have to do the same, but that's what I've done. So a top list window can still be used like this. That C%, that's a change from yesterday's close. So you can sort on any column header that you've got. Obviously, I've got the change from yesterday's close. So if I double left click on the column header, CCTG is up 88% from yesterday's close, NMRA 29%, etc., all the way down. I could sort on the change from the open. Okay, CCTG, since its opening trade of the day, is up 47%, etc., all the way down this list. So you can sort on any column header. If you had a column header of the ones that have changed the most in the last 5 minutes, you could sort on that. Or down the most in the last 5 minutes, up the most in the last 10 minutes, things like that. As long as you have the column header, you can sort. I mean, that's a classic use of a top list window. Show me the stocks that are up the most today. Show me the stocks that are down the most today. Things like that. But what the race does, the race is not biased. The race doesn't care where it is in this list of stocks. All it cares about is what stock is moving the most since the race started. That's all it cares about. So here's SLNH. It's not. Now, you will probably see these stocks at the top all day long in the race because these are active stocks. People are following them. Okay. But again, the race doesn't care. So, I mean, GLXG has been a very active stock. It's only up, 3.2% from yesterday's close. But what if it gets active again? What if all of a sudden, for whatever reason, buyers start to pile into this? Then it's up 4%, 5%, 8%, 10%, moving up. You'd never know. But that's what the race does. The race just examines this list of stocks and just tells you what stocks are moving the most since the race started. So hopefully now it's starting to make sense that you can create your own top list window with your own set of parameters. This happens to be what I want to see. It doesn't have to be what you want to see. And then you launch the race on it. If you have any questions about the race, just let me know. This race is very different. And if now the market just took a little pop, Watch what happens when I open the top list of this one. Well, obviously it's jumping out at you. So few stocks are in this race right now compared to this one. Why? If I right click, configure, click on the summary. So I have 3 filters in here that are preventing a lot of stocks from showing up. One is the market cap has to be at least 500 million. The float has to be at least 50 million. And then also, this filter right here, the position in the range, okay, the day's range. So imagine you have a daily candle, like this daily candle right here, okay? What that 95 means, if I put 100 in here, that would mean the stock has to be basically at the high of the day. So I'm just looking at AHMA. If this were one of the stocks that meeting the requirement, so 95 means that the stock has to be near the high of the day. So that is preventing most of the time, that's the one that's preventing many stocks from showing up. I have a different price range in here, but that's not the reason. Remember now, these 3 filters are not in this one. This is wide open. Now, this is not a static list. So what I mean by that is that stocks will come in and out of this list all day long. As a stock meets the filter requirements, it gets added, and as it stops meeting the filter requirements, it'll get deleted. So it's not a stat. See, it just added as we're watching it. Now, yesterday, this was obviously a bigger list, just because the market was up and a lot of stocks were meeting the filter requirements. Again, though, you can take that list or that top list, or you create your own top list if you want with it, and change. Maybe you don't like that price range. Maybe there's something else you don't like about it. Maybe you can add filters. But the same thing, top 10 list is built for you automatically. So again, this is why I was saying at the beginning, this could be excellent for those of you starting out trading. It gives you a focus of 10 stocks to look at. And why I'm putting it this one, if you're starting out new, yeah, this one is fabulous if you're on the right side, but these are very volatile stocks, low floats usually. So they can go up very quickly and down very quickly. This is a little less strenuous. Notice that it's not even often you get a stock moving 1% in this race just because of the market cap and all. Whereas, of course, here you'll see all the time, any stock leading a race will almost for sure be over 1%. And sometimes you'll get some massive percent moves. But that doesn't mean there's a bad to trade. It just means they're less volatile. So let's take a look at this one. BBWI won a race, Bed Bath. So, this is sort of interesting. It's at the high here, but let's take a look at it looking left. 2167. It's got a little bit of room. It's got to take out 21. And then 2167 is the next high on a weekly chart. Okay, so it doesn't have a ton of room to move before it hits that next high. But, that's got to be up to you if you want to take the trade or not. Let's take a look at Love. Of course, the airlines are moving because oil prices are coming down. So, but you may look at this and go, you know what? Maybe it pulls back a little bit, or maybe if it takes out the high of the day, it's up to you. This was a big one from yesterday. I remember seeing this all day yesterday. But this would have been actually not a bad reversal play, but it didn't meet the filter requirements, obviously. Down yesterday, up today, but it did not meet the filter requirements. One of the reasons probably is in that trend reversal, the relative volume has to be at least 3. So it's possible early on it wasn't 3. Doesn't mean this is bad, not, but this could be interesting to trade. It's definitely a bit of a reversal trade. And the high yesterday was 50.72. So that's what, a dollar 40 or so away. Not a dollar 40 away, sorry. Well, almost. It was. Anyway, that is so that's the idea. That's the concept of the races. Okay. And again, the same idea. You see something here in this list. Now, this has been a very active stock, of course. Hims. Don't know if there's any news on this one. Lear Inc. maintaining and a and a target of 25. So they're maintaining. I don't see how they can say market perform and a target of 25, but okay. All right, guys. Now maybe we found a bottom for SpaceX, SBCX. I got something open that's preventing me from typing in here. So that's what I was talking about down in this area here. But there's the VWAP. Okay, maybe a break of the VWAP. We'll get it running again. And the VWAP's around call it 212. I'll put a price alert there because if it does break the VWAP, that might get it running again. The high today was around 225. I would not be trading this. I'd be trading SBCH though, if I do take it. And that's the long version. The long ETF, I should say. So this Fly W has got a little bit of room, or does it? Wait a minute. No, it doesn't. 1638 is the next high on the daily chart. Not enough room for me. The next high would be 17. It wouldn't be terrible if it took out if it took this out. I mean, there's a little bit of room if it does take this out, but is this the one you're in, Poe? GLXG or Todd? Okay, guys, SBCH. And you can see that the VWAP is the same. Well, same principle. Okay, the same principle as the stock. Okay, let me put. So instead of I'm going to put the price alert now a little bit over that VWAP area. Now these are, again, it's risky because it's a two timer. So again, this will drop. If SpaceX goes up 1%, this is going to drop 2%. So just so you know, ooh, I got way too many triggers here. Okay, guys, I'm just give me a moment here. I want to. This is Lionsgate. This is not Lionsgate, is it? No, it is Lionsgate. I'm stunned by this, guys. I am actually stunned by this. This is a huge studio in Vancouver. And anybody who wondering why it's called Lionsgate, anybody who lives in Vancouver will know it's the big bridge, Lionsgate Bridge. So this is a big studio, and it's an all-time high. All-time high. I mean, it's not super expensive for being an all-time high. Is that the Green Bridge? I don't know. I don't know what color it is. It's not super long. It's not like the Golden Gate Bridge. It's not like a super long bridge, but it's the big one. It's I don't know what color it is. Ah, Netflix acquisition interest. Okay. Interesting. Okay, thank you, Dragon. Probably could have seen that. Would I've seen that? Well, they didn't get Warner Bros. Oh, there you go. Yeah, thank you. There it is. I'm just seeing it now also. Lionsgate Studios gains on Netflix takeover speculation. So they didn't get Roku. Okay, so Fox got Roku. And of course, they didn't get Warner Brothers. They lost that to Paramount. So that is, so Netflix is desperate to do something. Okay, guys, sorry. I'm just, yeah, so Lionsgate, but I'm surprised it's an all-time high. I mean, movies are, can't remember the last time I went to a movie, but evidently they're doing okay. I wonder if Hun is going to bounce here, okay? Because Hun is being taken over. At least that's the news by OLN, and it's been holding 13 pretty well now. HUN. Okay, guys, Lay's may be getting ready again. Okay, that was an early trade for me. It was, it was okay, and I was hoping it would go a little further, but that was from that scan. And there is the VWAP. I'm going to put this up here, 235. Let's see if it takes out the VWAP. The trigger was actually at 239, so let's see if it gets going again. Now you can see well, there's still room. I mean, 285 is the high. Here's the next high looking left on a daily chart. That's what that red line. Well, you can actually see, you can see it. Not counting today's high, of course. Now, as William said, Fox continues down on their acquisition of what is it again? Roku, yes, Roku. I was thinking of Fubu or whatever. So again, the only reason why you would have Roku is because your TV is not a smart TV. Is that the only reason? Is there any other reason? Or do they have programming that I think originally that was the reason, but it originally I okay, so it doesn't have their own programming. There's nothing that comes with a Roku with their own programming. It just turns your TV into a smart TV. Well, they do have their own programming too? Because I was trying to, I know earlier on, I mean, that was the reason. It made sense. You didn't have but like, I've never even heard of anybody talking about a Roku channel. Anyway, I've had, well, I mean, there's most people I probably have smart TVs now with the apps. I mean, but why would I do that? Why would I do that though, Stevie? I'm in Canada, but Roku was available, but why would I do that? Well, when you say no fees, I mean, so you're trying to tell me, and now I don't know if this is available in Canada like that. You're trying to tell me that I could get everything, bypass my cable provider. Yeah, no, I understand. That's what I thought, Grumpy. I mean, if you have an old TV and you don't have a smart TV, just give me a moment, please. Okay, guys, it's just crank. Wow, look at Hun. Remember, I was thinking maybe we'd have a bounce, but no way. Yeah, I mean, if I want my networks, if I want and I want some of the cable program like in Canada, Sportsnet and TSN, and everything. I mean, I can't imagine it's going to bypass it and get all that for free. Anyway, it's obviously I'm not going to do it. Okay, guys. What time is it now? 11:03. What is the news correction for CRVO? I don't know. Is there? Oh, correction reported. Okay. Reported June 15th. Filing shows director Joshua S. Boger acquired approximately 287 million shares, etc. So, so they're trying to correct that. I don't know. Well, you'd have to read all this. I'm not going to, but I can't see how they can bypass some of the stuff I want, though, John. Remember, I'm in Canada, number one. So, all right, now I could get interested in a short of BBWI, guys. I know it's up 6%, but it's getting down through the VWAP here. Um, it's getting down through the VWAP. The VWAP is 2168 or so. So yeah, so it's just sort of underneath the VWAP. I'm getting interest and it's curling down. And I'm talking about BBWI. Got to put a price alert down here, okay? Maybe around 2063. You want to see if it really gets below that VWAP and maybe moves down a bit. I don't expect it's not going to like utterly collapse or anything, but might give a short-term scalp short. WETH. I don't know where you're getting. I don't see that anywhere. WETH. Really? I don't have that. I don't have that one. I don't know why. Oh, that's why I don't have it. That's why, because yeah, my minimum is $2. Okay, that's why. Phew. Trying to think of why wouldn't I have that one. So my minimum is two. Yeah, I mean you can obviously adjust the price range if you want. Well, it's not showing on this. It's not well unless I change it on my own after I put it in the room. But my minimum price is two. So maybe when you guys are loading it, it's one. Maybe I changed that two on my own for my purposes. Yeah, I didn't think I changed it. I thought 2 was my minimum. What I could do for this is I could change my minimum in the upside to 1, but in the downside, keep it at, well, you know what? I'd probably even change that to 3 on the for looking for stocks to potentially short. All right, guys. So it is now 11:08. So in a little less than an hour, Chris Varley will take over from me in our YouTube room. He'll do a double duty this week. He was there yesterday. So are you talking about the INHD, Faith, just out of curiosity? I don't know how that works. You would think now, especially if you no, I'm assuming you're long it, not short it, because I don't know how many people are short. If you had shorts available, but this is obviously not a good sign if you're long this one and you got caught in that well, long halt. But if you're short it, if somehow you're short it, you'd like to think that because when it comes out of the halt, it ain't going to be $39 if it ever comes out. Okay. Okay, guys, I have to keep watching this BBWI. Okay, had a little pop up. It tried to get through the VWAP, but sort of a mini rejection. Definitely. And if the market moves down somewhat, I mean it's tricky. Trying to short stocks that are strong. It is tricky. Boy, so far this is a disaster. OLN and yeah. So this is all stock. So this is not a hostile takeover. It's been unanimously approved by both boards and expected to close in the first half. I mean, so this is what are we now? First half. So it's going to be at least 6 months from now, probably longer. Market is hating this though. Well, I don't know, but well, because OLN is moving down again, because it's all stock. That's why HUN is moving down. This is down 9%, and how much is HUN down? Even worse. Wow. I mean, a lot can happen between now and the first half of next year. Okay, guys. So remember, both these rooms, the YouTube room and the main room, there are trading rooms. They are trading rooms, but they're support rooms also. So if you have questions, you don't have to wait till noon. I think people get the idea that they have to wait till noon when one of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room to ask questions. You can ask me questions all day long. I'll do my best to answer. If it's an accounting question, though, I cannot answer that, but I can direct you to the people who can. So Lionsgate continues to move a little higher on that rumor that Netflix is looking at them to buy. Ugh. Did this get ugly? Yeah, VRXA guys. I mean, this is down 58%. I didn't see this in the pre-market. It's a bio. I don't know if they've got bad news or just, I mean, just started trading as this 3 days ago. So how bad can the news be other than people just don't want it? Not available for me to short sell at Interactive Brokers. And here's your potential open. 834 from 891. Well, I'm glad I waited. The BBWI, it may not be looking to be a short now. It's popping back up, close, getting closer to 21. So fuel cell guys, this could be interesting. Look what it did. It tried to get down through the VWAP, but it got a little bit below it, but the VWAP looks like it's trying to hold it. This has been a very active stock. Well, the last 2 months, not so much this month, but the 2 months previous went on a tear, got all the way up to 27.56. But it looks like the VWAP is trying to act as support for FCEL, fuel cell. So SpaceX is starting to crawl back again. It's been pretty wide ranges now. $5 ranges now in 5 minute candles. So it is getting pretty. Let's see if it can hold this 210 mark again. And you guys, some of you are in CRE, or is it the other one? Well, it just got halted on the way down. Well, as I said, on that daily trend reversal, the way to have played that one today was on the short side. Now, some of these may bounce. Okay. I mean, look at the RKLX. This is, again, this is a two-time long for RKLB. But look what it's doing. I mean, it's a struggling to get through that VWAP. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Call it 45 minutes. It's been trying to get through the VWAP. If it does, this could go on a bit of a run, or this could turn into a short again. You know, if that VWAP continues to block it. So this VRXA actually popped it. Look at the spread. Awful. I mean, 915, 977. So even if it were, my guess is it's probably not tradable. Well, it could be 33 million shares at Interactive Brokers, but spread is ridiculous. Yelp has a little bit of room, guys, about 60 cents to that high, yesterday's high. Okay, a little bit of room. Yelp. This is you've tried this one a few times, right? GIL, Gilead. So there's William trying. Okay, just once before. Okay. Boy, it's a weak stock. Well, I wish you well on it. It's certainly let's see if there's any. How about on a 1 minute chart? Is there any blue at all? No. I mean, where could it be? Where could there be some support for this one? And why is it down so much? Ah, this is the one, Jehoshaphat, jumping Jehoshaphat. I remember you mentioned this one earlier. Short report. Okay. Well, I mean, if you look at can't see anything on a daily or a weekly, of course. So the next low looking left is 46 on a monthly. Maybe maybe it'll get close to that. Maybe that'll hold it up. But that is a not too familiar. I think I've seen those guys before, Jehoshaphat, but not too familiar with them. But obviously, they have got some clout because that has just knocked the stuffing out of this. And there hasn't been any sort of a pull up. I mean, this has been basically straight down from from 62. When did you post that, William? Don't tell me you posted it when it was 62. Wow. I should have. I remember seeing Jehoshaphat, but I don't know what I was doing. It's 10 o'clock. I know what I was doing. I was talking about my homepage and all that. So that is why I really didn't have a chance. Well, I could have. I could have interrupted myself, of course. But now I wonder what their track record has been. I mean, that's a $10 move. That is a beautiful wave formation, guys. If you want to know now, the coulda, shoulda, woulda. If I had shorted GIL, around that 60 mark, okay, not because I see a sell flag. It's got nothing to do with that. It's nice if you do, if it happens to coincide when you click on the alert. But let's just say I clicked on it and it was $60. I looked at that report. William posted it, and I thought, you know what? Maybe these guys have got a pretty good track record. Why not take the short? You were in this, you're in this, you're in this, you're still in it all the way down. Look, because there's been no bar on that 5 minute that has really pierced into the wave at all. I mean, a little minor one right there, but it's not gone halfway. So you're still in it. You just follow the wave down. Okay. And remember, the wave is part of the standard service. And for me, it has really helped me keep in trades a lot longer than I ever used to. My guess is that had I been in this trade underneath that 60 level, I probably would have been out most right there at 53 on that little jump up, and then not able to take advantage of this further $4 move. That's how I use the wave. Okay, it just is a nice visual. I mean, if you didn't have the wave, you could of course see that, but it's just a nice visual presentation. And until it breaks and turns blue, you can stay in the trade. It's just telling you the trend is weak. The trend is still weak, still weak, still weak. Boy, I can't. I'm not going to take the trade now, but okay, guys. Now the SPCX is back over 212, and the SPCH is back over 25. I might leave this alone. I mean, right now, I think it's definitely a little bit of a war between the buyers and sellers now in the SPCX. I mean, obviously, the valuation is ridiculous, but it doesn't really matter what we think. Well, I see why Vince is active today. This is an earnings play. Vince is an earnings play. VNCE is an earnings play. Okay, guys, I've got a little more than half an hour before I do take my break at noon Eastern time. And Chris Farley will take over from me again in our YouTube room. He did it yesterday. So somebody was asking yesterday about the schedule. The only thing that is really set is our the only days that are completely set are Mondays, Tuesdays. Sorry, Mondays, Thursdays, and Friday. So it's Chris Varley on Monday, Steve Gomez on Thursday, and Andy Lindloff on Friday. Wednesday, most of the time, it is Dan Merkin, the CEO of Trade Ideas. And then Tuesday, those three traders I mentioned, Steve, Andy, and Chris, they do double duty every week. Well, they switch off. So this week, Chris Farley does Monday and Tuesday. Next week, it could be Andy doing Monday and Tuesday. The following week could be. I'm sorry. Double duty anyway on Tuesdays. Okay, for the traders. There's three of them. So one week it'll be Chris. The next week it'll be Andy. The next week it'll be Steve. Maybe not in that order, but that's what happens. Still a disconnect in the market, guys. We got the Dow still up. In fact, let's take a look at the. In fact, what time is it now? Sure. Take a look at the sectors. I'm going to click on New from the toolbar, Dock Channel Bar, Dock to Channel Bar. Click on the Show More. These are all theme-based channels. Okay, theme-based channels. I'm going to go down until I find the sector status channel. Okay. So these are the sectors in this top list window. These are the sectors that we're following in this top list window. And you can see it's kind of 50-50. 50% are up, 50% are down for the day. So XHB, home builders, top sector right now. Top sector. Okay, that's the top sector. And if you scroll down, what's the weakest sector is they're the semis. Okay, so the semis have been leading the SPY down. Of course, the Q's down. So the semis are the weakest sector right now. You can see what happened. They were pretty strong, but they've been fading. So that's a way in which you, at a glance, you can check to see what the major sectors are doing, what the strong sector is, what the weak sector is, etc. Then in these individual top list windows, we've got 11 of the the ones that start with X. Okay, major sectors. I did not get it this time. The SPCH. Am I gonna regret it? Okay, so what you're seeing here, so look at the financials, okay? 89% are up for the day. 89% are up for the day. There's JP Morgan right at the top, 3.2. But interestingly, go down and see what's the worst one. Well, CME, worst one. It's down 3%. So it's these ones that are down for the day are running counter to the sector. I don't know why CME is down. Let's just see if there's any news on this one or okay. It's not an earnings play. Go to another one. Look at energy. 84% are down, but there are a couple that are up. EQT is up 1.9%. What's the worst one? VLO. Communications. Most of them are down, but some are up. TTW. Oh, up for the day. Not an earnings play. For whatever reason, it's up. But let's see what the worst one is. Go down here. Look at this. I mean, Fox A, that's on that acquisition. So Fox and Fox A, both down the same percent. Okay. So this is a way, some of you might look at this and go, you know what? This is how I'm going to use Trade Ideas. I'm going to go to this channel every single day. I'm going to, maybe pick a couple of the sectors and I'm going to find out the top performing one stock in the sector versus the worst performing one, and maybe figure out a way to trade them. Just an idea. Oh man. Okay, guys, 11:34. Boy, is this going to tack on $10 and challenge SBCX and challenge the high of the day at 225? Oh, you're not talking about Guild, you're talking about GIL. I typed in the symbol and you didn't have it in cap. So that, yeah, look at that. I mean, still moving down. I mean, this is, I mean, I'd look at this level, maybe 45.77. I mean, if it gets close, I mean, it's a couple of dollars from that, $3 from that. Yeah, put a price alert at first I'll put a price alert at 48, around 48, see if it gets down to that level. And if it does, then another one around 47. See how easy it is to create price alerts, guys? I wonder what they actually said, though. Oh, here we go. So alleges years of revenue inflation. That is okay. So that is a pretty that's a pretty harsh statement, and I'm sure they feel they can back it up. Company has been inflating its revenues through channel stuffing for years, but is finally running out of room to do so. And this will expose the weaker revenue and earnings profile of the business. Estimates distributors are carrying roughly $510 million of excess inventory. Hmm. Well, you're going to go against Jehoshaphat, William? Because they're saying years. Okay. So let me try to figure what that means. I mean, they've got all sorts of distributors, of course. This is a manufacturer. They don't, so they've got all these distributors out there. And the distributors have what they're saying is $510 million of excess inventory, not selling. I mean, it's been built up, well, they're saying over years, but they're counting that as revenue. Boy, oh boy. I mean, that, well, that they are, I mean, that is just they're just destroying this stock, guys. I mean, that was down 22%. I mean, don't often see this. I mean, you see these short sellers come in, okay? But this has been no pull up whatsoever, okay? Or some of you like to say a pull. I always call these pull ups when it pull up, but people call these pullbacks also. But nothing. And as we're all waiting, well, all when will the company come out and say we call we're going to refute those claims? Yeah, just a couple of tiny green bars, like right there and there. That's it. Nothing. And I say, using the wave, you're still in this. Why am I not in this? Interesting. There's not that many shares available at Interactive Brokers, only 40,000. I mean, that's the thing, you're going along. I mean, not that this was sky high, but I mean, what's the high? High up here is $74. It's sitting at $64 this month. So, not a big drop. And then all of a sudden, the short report comes out and just clobbers the stock. Well, again, the low on the monthly chart is down here. It's getting closer and closer, 46.20. So not a little less than $2 away from that low on the monthly chart. Yeah, I'm staying away now from the SpaceX. It's just too. I mean, that's a $5 drop in a 5-minute candle. So that's a 5-minute drop, a $5 drop. I'm going to stay away from it for the balance of the day, probably. And I'm talking about trying to trade the SPCH. All right, Browley. Let's see if you are going to be right. 47.84. Well, let's put a little price alert. It pop up to 48.35. So I don't know if you took some off already. Probably long, I would think. Probably long. I mean, otherwise you're just chasing it down. But I'll let Browley answer for himself. But probably it's a long. Maybe short though, because it's just under the whole number. But I mean, I don't want to speak for him, but still weak. I mean, it's still weak. Just looking here, I mean, look at the cloud formation here. I mean, it's still very weak. Even if I went now to, let's see if that little pop up even produced a glimmer of blue. Ooh, now it's well, okay. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if you're long or short, but now that's a nice pop. That's a great pop. It's almost like a company coming out and saying, "Okay, wait a minute. Still not blue though, even on a 1 minute." Wow, that's a big pop. That is a big pop. Was a low here 47.74, so that's $2. No, no, I wouldn't have taken the same decision. No, it was still very weak. Even only now is there even you have to go down to a 1 minute chart before you see even a little bit of blue. No, I wouldn't have. I'm not good enough to figure out where a low would be. Well, I shouldn't say it like that. Difficult to predict that was going to happen after, basically all day being down. That's okay. That is when it was going to bounce. You may have thought 50 was going to be the block of it moving down from there, even. But still, I mean, when it took out 50, like nothing. But as William is saying right now, 50 could be the block. It got to 50, I think. But pretty psychological number to get through. That was a that was just a brief flurry, of people looking at some kind of a bounce opportunity, and would have worked, but pretty tough to predict that was going to happen, in my opinion. Yeah, the SPY is starting to drop. Is there any news on this? Keep waiting for something. You're saying keep looking for maybe a tweet somewhere saying, you know what, it's not going to be open on Friday. Not that I want to see that, of course. It's just that it's. I still think it could happen. Is the really? Maybe I didn't copy and paste long enough. Just give me a moment. I don't have a meeting, William. I'm just looking at my economic calendar. I'm going down to 4:30. I don't see anything in the calendar anyway. This is Tuesday. Yeah, I don't see anything in the calendar regarding a meeting. Doesn't mean it's not there, but you're not even talking about just the minutes at 2 o'clock, which is not a meeting. I get it. Oh, so there's a meeting schedule. Okay. It didn't show up on my economic calendar, but okay, thanks. Yes, okay. The announcement is the second day. Yeah, Wednesdays. Okay. All right, guys, 11:49. So close to my break time. So Hun had quite a bounce, guys. Hun had quite a nice bounce right into the VWAP. Oh, let's see what OL. Well, I know OLN will look something similar, but I don't know about the VWAP. Yep, into the VWAP also. Will the VWAP stall both of them? Now, I'm going to be waiting there. Sometimes you get one in the afternoon from this, or maybe several in the afternoon from this reversal scan, especially one of the cheap ones. That's kind of what I'm waiting on now. See if we do get one. GM selling off on news from BMW. Okay. GM is not just a car company, it's getting into the weapons business. Okay. And that's not what you're talking about. I know. I'm just looking for something. GM gas prices pushing some car buyers away from pickup trucks. Okay. But that's not anything to do with BMW. So I don't see that news yet. Hasn't hit Interactive Brokers yet. But does BMW trade? BMW. I don't know if BMW trades on the US exchange, even as a pink sheet or something, OTC. All right, guys, I'm going to put my announcement up here. Sometimes Chris shows up a little bit early. And before I leave, I know this works today. We had all sorts of problems with my links yesterday. Oops. This is the link to get into YouTube. Okay, when Chris shows up, probably in about 5 minutes from now, maybe a little more than 5 minutes from now, certainly by noon Eastern time. So here's the link. You can head over and listen to Chris. That is quite the bounce now for Hun, guys. I mean, it is now getting through the 200, getting through the VWAP. HUN and OLN will look exactly the same. So that is quite the bounce. I know this is a short opportunity from our AI, but this is looking pretty good as a long, guys. CERT. Let's take a look at where it could go. Now, the high up here is 617. What was the high today? 613. So obviously, I mean, if it can take that out, there's some room to 650. Might give a bit of a move. There is some news on this one, I think. Lyric says oh, I see. So peer acquisition supports higher multiples. So some company that they figure is kind of like them, SLP. So they're saying that CERT could follow suit at some point. But it is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. The alert was at 590 to short. It hit the stop price of 601. But it's really not done much. You know, it's just been hanging around the 6 level. So Stellantis is also getting hit. Maybe that BMW news that's what you're talking about. Stellantis is also being hit here. And how about Ford itself? Are all the car companies moving down? Ford not as dramatically as STLA. Boy, there's room. There is room. Well, not really. Okay, I thought there was more room. Look like more room, but 655 could be the hold for STLA, the support area. Yeah, no kidding. I mean, getting closer. 47.74. What did I say was the low? The low is about $1 away, maybe 45.91. A little more than $1 away, but boy, it's getting close to that monthly low. You're right. Like a little moment of exuberance right there. Probably took, but even there, if you were in this short all the way down here, of course, is where you would take some profit. The minute you see this piercing into the wave, sure, you take some profit. But if you're in this short, in the $60 level, there'd be no reason to get out of your entire position. And look what happened after that. Thou shalt not chase down or chase up. Boy, it's tough sometimes when you see this. All right, guys. So just waiting for Chris to show up in our YouTube room. All right, here's a couple of late entries. A couple of late entries that I didn't really see. Sky A. Now the high right there is 137. The high over here is 150. This is from our AI. Wow. I mean, I don't know what happened here. I don't know if this is actually. Yeah. So this is not really a big gap down. Pretty little pop. So that means Chris is in our YouTube room right now. So guys, I'll take my break now in the main room. See you guys in about 1 hour from now. And now I forgot to figure out anything interesting to talk to you about. I know I said I would, but you know what? I didn't. Hi, Chris.
Good morning, Barry.
Good morning, Christopher. Well, good afternoon to you. Right on the nose.
Right on the nose.
Yeah. How are you this morning?
We're doing fantastic. We've got some lovely weather here in New York, and it's finally not too hot and not too humid. So I'm enjoying some windows open and light fans blowing.
And of course, you're soaring with your SpaceX. I know you've got about 1,000 shares of SpaceX.
100,000 shares of it. I bought it when it took that first dip down to 130.
Yes. Well, that was obvious. I mean, there was, it was obvious it was going to go to 220 in a couple of days.
I mean, who couldn't have predicted that?
Yeah.
And for anybody that thinks we might be serious, no.
Yeah, we're not serious.
Just in
you
case.
Could have taken 10 shares or 50 shares, I suppose, but
yes,
probably not 1,000.
I didn't.
Probably not 1,000. Oh man, well, it's just craziness, though, isn't it? Because there's if you look at it fundamentally, there's absolutely no reason. But you know what? You just can't go against the market.
That's exactly it. And also, if you looked at Tesla all those years, fundamentally, it was the same thing. And yet, Colt decided that stock was going to survive. So I hear your phone.
I gotta go. My wife is. I got it. My wife is calling.
I'll see you in a little bit, Barry. Okay. So, all right, everybody. Barry making his way to a break. And sorry, just double checking that we had eyes on my screen. Perfect. So happy Tuesday to you all. And get to it, folks. We've got an open forum here, so don't be shy. Get those questions in for me. As I always say, we don't do any pre-done content for this. Let you folks drive the content with your questions, what you're looking for, what you're trying to do with the software. As always, if I'm getting the silent treatment, no questions are coming in. Do my best to keep it engaging and informative. It is kind of hard to dance around. Lots of silence throughout these, and we've got multiple days of silence. So hopefully we get some questions in here. Consistency spike. I'm not sure what you're looking for on those. If you're just looking at the charts or what's going on, see you're over on the Twitter side of things. Yeah, so the AVWAP thing, bear with me 1 second, make sure, I want to open that ticket here. You and I had a back and forth with it. I guess Steve had jumped in on it. But I see, now sometimes these aren't right, but based on where your emails are coming out of, I see you're an international user. Is that correct? So I believe if this is your who I was speaking with earlier in some email back and forth, you're an international user. I have seen, now it affected Bollinger Bands years ago, and it was 2 specific international users. I don't remember which countries they were from. The formatting of their decimals and numbers was impacting that negatively. So I forget where that is. It's in the Windows settings. Maybe it's time and language, regional. Yeah, they had something in here that was, with international settings. And when they swapped it to, United States regional. So for example, the rest of the world uses a comma for decimal place. United States uses a period for the decimal place. Some swaps like that fixed the Bollinger Band issue they were seeing. I suspect that's what you've got going on because, we don't have anybody else that uses the AVWAP thing. I don't know. Let's say we have, 300 subscribers of that, give or take at any point. Sometimes it's probably like 275, sometimes it's like 315 or something. I don't have anybody else with the issue, and I can't replicate it here. So, but I bring over a Market Explorer window. Let's get this open here. Select strategy. Let's get an AVWAP. We'll do that pinch daily that you were doing, PLNT, and we can see here. I've got the upper side here and the lower side pinching that in there for me. So, it's definitely, and I'm on the same version that anybody else could be on here. I'm not on some special version. If we go to help and about, I'm on 5.8.1. That's our public beta right now. So that's where I'm kind of living with what you've got going on there. So if you could check your regional settings for me, I don't know exactly what it will be. Time, language. If it's any of this stuff in here. No, I don't think it's in language options, region, maybe regional format recommended in there. Yeah, number format. If you could check these for me here and maybe shoot an email into me again, please, with what this looks like in here. If you could shoot that to me, and I'll shoot you back what I've got. I'm going to take a screenshot of it now. And I'll shoot you back what I've got. And then if you could test with what I've got versus what you got, what I have versus what you have, I suspect that's where the issue is going to be. Justin, from time to time with the candles having two colors. Yeah, that's where we're living the same thing, Justin, with the international thing. And just for reference here, I want to show you something because I don't want anybody, anytime someone has an issue, no matter how big or how small, I want to show you all something here. I go to dev meetings every Tuesday and Thursday at 1 p.m. And so here is I bring this up every single meeting, just so you know. Users with multicolored candles disappearing. And then inside that ticket is videos that everybody has sent for any ticket. Videos users send. I've got all your stuff that you've given me in there, Justin. It's the same thing. Someone had some issue with something else, a chart issue, trading, any issue that anybody ever has. I always, until it is resolved, I bring them up. Always. So I never want anybody to think that well, I told him and he's just pretending he told them or he's blowing me off. Every single dev meeting that we do, until that issue is resolved or until the person, once in a while, they come back to me and say, I'm not subscribed anymore and you guys suck and I hate you all. And believe me, that happens. Then that's the only other time I pull them off at that point. So I just don't want anybody to think that I've ever blown them off and not thought about it. So again, with the AVWAP, just shoot me an email with what you have for those regional settings in there. Any other regional settings you come across in there, I'll compare them with what I have. I'll send back screenshots of what I have in my settings. And, maybe we can get some headway on that. The more ammo I can give to the dev team, the better. And the other odd part of this is we have so many international users. And so you would think that more international users would come with these same problems, and they don't. I can only make a guess that many of them are on, using US settings. That's my best guess. But also, look, we had an issue a few months ago where a Windows update caused it so it got to the point over about 3 weeks after the update, probably had somewhere around 25, 30 people could not launch our software anymore, or just, they couldn't launch it normally. They have to restart their computer a few times. Someone was doing it in safe mode and it would get it to work. But it was a number of people couldn't get the software to launch straightforward for a while. And it was all because of a security update within Windows. We've got thousands and thousands of users. We're Windows software, so everybody using Windows, right? And to have like 25, 30, only 25, 30 impacted on it was odd, but it wasn't a nothing issue, And it took us weeks to track it down, what was going on, and back and forth with people. And I was pulling my hair out because I'm answering people at 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning when I should be sleeping. And like I said, it took some time, and finally we were able to. I couldn't believe how random it was and how we were able to finally track it down, and how the developer that did it. I mean, him and I were on calls late at night, ridiculously trying to replicate stuff and whatever else. Anyways, long story long, we're finally able to figure out what it was and how to undo what Windows did, what Microsoft did essentially, which was just really obnoxious. So software, love it or hate it, every single software that exists out there has got some bugs. Just the way it is, unfortunately. Yeah, Bill. Yeah, you were one of them, and I appreciate, Bill, appreciated your patience with us. And look, Bill was one of the people that was being really nice about it. There were some other people that were telling me some not so nice things about my mother and a sister that I don't have, and stuff like that. So it is what it is. It's very uncomfortable for me on the support side of things when things aren't working for someone, but they work for almost everybody else. Very uncomfortable. I'm much happier living in the support area of, hey, can you point me to some filters? Or, hey, what do you think of the scan? Or, hey, how do I access this part of the software? That's where my bread and butter is, and helping you folks with that. The things when they ain't working make me real uncomfortable, because I'd like to just flip a switch and, hey, we're working. Anyways, with all those things said, any questions? Get those in for me, please. Don't hesitate. Any questions software related? Let's get rocking and rolling here with any of those questions. Don't be shy, folks. We are here to help. I'm here to help. So, all right, no questions coming, I guess. What are we going to do? Let's, I don't know, let's talk about the relative strength from the open race here down in the bottom right. So CRVO is the number one winner of that, and it also won the last race. So, yes, CRVO is having itself quite a day. I'm guessing they had some kind of news. Pretty sizable gap, up a little bit over 100% at this point. So I had that gap and kind of really consolidated for a while. Took a huge leg up and a spike, pulled up. I've got a VWAP and an 8 EMA on here, so I'll point them out. Held both of those through here, kind of cradled them, and then really got itself going again. It's pulled back to that $5 level that I've struggled before. Trying to fight at that $5 level, stay above that. So I don't use EMAs or VWAPs anymore for anything I do. I've left them on my intraday charts just because, you know. Magnus, long term. If you could elaborate on what you're looking for long term or what you're referencing, some context, let me know. So, all right, we'll wait to see if Magnus can elaborate on that long-term post and see what happens. Let's say for over 3 weeks, baseline on relative volumes and breakouts, what sector to look for? Well, so relative volume is just telling you what the volume is doing today in relation to the past, 30 days. So, we can see relative volume always here in a single stock window. And I think generally speaking, you're not going to find very high relative volumes on any sectors. So I have a sector analysis list here. And let's look at SIL, for example. It's one of the better performing sectors of the day. We got a 0.85 relative volume on that, GDX 1.3. So we're not exactly doing a whole lot on relative volume for any of these sectors here. You're going to find more individual stocks that are likely to have it. I'm going through all these sectors here, and we haven't barely cracked one. Where to set relative volume? Well, it depends. You can have it in your single stock window. So if you right click the single stock window and you go to configure, go to search relative volume. You'll select it and then you'll press show column. And then once you have it in the column, you can order it, how you want the columns to look. It has, some different formatting limitations there. As far as scanning, if you go into the configure of any scan and you search relative volume, you search it, select it, add the filter, and then you would give it a minimum and or maximum value. So, you could say, I want to see stocks with a minimum of at least a 5 relative volume. So it's a ratio. So 1 is normal, 2 is 2 times, 3 is 3 times, 4 is 4 times, so on and so forth. So that's how you can scan for relative volume. It'll be the search of any scans configure. Let me know if that's what you were looking for, Magnus. If you got follow-up questions, let me know. If I didn't touch on that properly, let me know, and we'll go back. We'll circle back on it. How can we set up a filter for a 20 EMA crossing 50 EMA on a 1 minute candle? Raj, number one, we do not have EMAs, and number two, we only have SMAs, and number two, we only have them on the shortest time frame of a 20 minute. This is what I would do as far as sorry, let me get this off my screen. Make space. So if I was building a cross alert, any cross alert, it doesn't matter which one, this is how I would do it. I would look for alert window. I would go to search. And the first thing I'm going to do is go to my SMAs. I'm going to do this by filters. So I'm going to select the filter I want here. In your case, so you are looking for a 20 EMA, 50 SMA. So on a 1 minute candle, well, the best we're going to get on this is a 20 SMA on a 2 minute. So I'm going to add that filter. And I'm going to look for a 200 on a 2 minute on the SMA, add that filter. So now I've got them both there. Now I'm going to bracket price around them. So I'm going to go minus 0.15 and a 0.15 on both of them. And essentially what I'm saying is if price is just slightly below or just slightly above either one of these, I want the stocks to be able to be alerted. I'm going to put a $5 floor on this scan. I'm going to put a minimum amount of shares traded on it at 750,000 shares. And then on the search here, I'm going to come back and we got to pick an alert here because we want the trigger. And we're going to use a 5-minute high. I'm going to add that alert. And we're going to use a running up as well. Hide those unused. And we're going to call this a SMA cross template for Raj, but it's for anybody that wants. And now anytime a stock is near or at that cross, you're going to get that alert in here. So I'm going to go ahead and share that scan. And it's just a template, so you can refine it and make it better yourself. But that's how I would build cross alerts. You're limited on the SMAs. You got to pick from what we've got. But that's what we have. Slow again. Where's the scanner? So yeah, Magnus, you're going to look in here new. And if you want to build an alert window, here's alert window. If you want to build a top list, there's a top list. Alert windows are a 2-condition window. You've got an alert event, like a 5-minute high, a new high, the running up event, things like that. And then you have the filters. So both of those, whatever alert you select, and if you select 5 alerts, that's fine. You only need one of the alert to be happening while all the filters are met, and you get a time-stamped alert, just like what we see here. With top lists, all you have is filters. There's no alert events. If we come to search, it's only filters. And any stock that meets the scan will just be on the list. There's no alert that it'll be on the list or anything like that. It's just on the list, and the list refreshes every few seconds. Stocks that should no longer be on there will be dropped. Stocks that should be on there will be be added to it every few seconds, like that. So that's how those are the 2 main scanning types there, Magnus, and relative volumes of filter in both for you. Is there a way to see if a stock is on SSR? No way to see if a stock's on SSR. Sorry. The best you could do is filter out stocks that are down 10% at the moment. So like change from close. You could do change from close and you could add the filter and, how would I do this? Sorry, I got to use the show me function to do this. Is it minus 9.9? Yeah, so show me stocks with the prices up from the previous close, prices flat from the previous close, prices no more than 9.9 down from the previous close. And that would at least give you that short sell restriction. But if it's hard to borrow in general or anything like that, we don't have any way to know that. Every broker is different. So you got to, align with your brokers on that. So that would be the closest to SSR. I know it's not all the SSR restrictions that are possible, but at least it's the, uptick rule or whatever you want to call it, short sale restriction. Coda, CODA. So Daryl's talking about Coda. And then that scan that I shared, anybody that takes it, please save it to your cloud and/or layout or whatever, because all the links I share expire in a few days. What's happening on Coda? I'm guessing you're having a keyboard issue, Daryl. That would be my guess. Can you share how you traded SpaceX? It appears you got it close. No. EFIZ. EFIZ are not sure exactly if I'm saying that right. Hopefully I am. Efiz, I didn't trade at SpaceX. I was just kidding with Daryl. Just kidding with Barry. I mean, sorry. I was just kidding with Barry. I did not trade SpaceX. I have zero intention of trading it at this point. I have no idea what the stock is going to do long term, and I don't have money to burn. You know what I mean? It starts out as a high price stock, so even taking 100 shares of it would have been, $15,000. I don't have $15,000 to risk. I don't know where this is going to go. And sure, I could play the game. Well, Tesla did so great and they beat all the shorts out and all that. Sure, I could play that game. There's no promise to it. I just don't have that kind of money. If I had $15,000, $20,000, $30,000 and I didn't care what happened to it, sure. Would I buy a lottery ticket on SpaceX and have bought some shares on it? Absolutely, I would have. But just not, it's not where I'm living in this world. God bless anybody that has that kind of money. And sure, do I have a FOMO going on right now that like, oh, I should have just found the money for 50 shares, 75 shares, 100 shares? I mean, do I have the money for it? Yes, I do have the money to do it. But, I just, you take 100 shares of it and it moves up $10. Okay, I made it, make $1,000, right? And you got to pay the taxes on it. Then what? Do I expect it to go another 10? Another 10? You know what I mean? Like long term, how could anybody guess where this is really going? Well, so the only way you could set that up, Raj, is if the high of day was at the 50 SMA, right? So that's probably kind of tough to, unless you're talking about a 50-day SMA. But even then, you're still, the idea is this, higher day is here, 50 SMA is going to lag, you know what I mean? So it's going to have to pull back to get it, whether it's, on an intraday chart or not. So getting a high day and a 50 SMA lining up together isn't something really likely to happen. Unless the stock is, making a move from below the 50 SMA. But we could do it. I mean, it's possible. Just doesn't mean that it's going to, whatever. Doesn't mean it's going to have anything in there. But, let's take a look. I'm going to go to a topless window, and we're just going to make something real quick here. So I'm going to guess a 50-day SMA unless you tell me differently. APLD. I just happen to be holding a position in APLD. But what do you want to catch on this? What are you looking? When were you looking to catch it? For the record, so just in case anybody's like, oh, Chris has APLD, I should buy some. I own the stock at like $43 a share right now. So I'm sitting very comfortably in the stock right now. I've also been in and out of this stock since it was in its 20s over the last several months. So I have done very well on this stock over the last few months, and I own it at a significantly lower price than it is right now. But, what I would do is this, if I'm, specific to your question, let's just see what happens here. So 50-day, that's fine. 50, change from 50 SMA. So we're going to add that filter. And let's just say we got to be right at it to this side, and we'll call it no more than a 0.25% above it. And then position and range on the day. So we're going to take this position in range. We're going to add that filter and a minimum. Let's say we're at 95 on it. So we're right up at the top of it. And we're just looking for stocks in general. I'm going to put a $5 floor on this. We're going to put a minimum volume on this of 1 million shares. And we're just going to leave it at that for now. Let's call it something. Let's see. Above 50-day near HOD. And my software shut down. Freaking awesome. Gotta love that. Gotta love that. That's super obnoxious. All right, let's try that again. So new. Sorry, that was super annoying. I'll have to be buying a new computer in the not too distant future, as this computer is seeming to be on its last legs. All right. All right, so let's go back. 50 SMA and filter. That'll be above it. We want it to be no more than 0.25% above it. We said $5 floor. 1 million shares traded minimum and near the high of the day. Position and range. And that filter 95 here, 50 day, near 50 day, near HOD. And we got two stocks that are meeting that. XLU, the Utes, utilities, and MUB, which I've never heard of, Municibond ETF. So, that's that. So I don't think that's really going to get you what you're looking for, to be honest, based on what we were discussing, but I wanted to make it just to see. Now, I have no idea where APLD is in relation to, all right, since I lost the data on that, I'm just getting rid of some stuff here real quick because I'm trying to free up some space. All right, let's duplicate. Let's get rid of that. Let's duplicate this chart. Let's add a 50 SMA. See where it is in relation to that. Did not want to do that. I did want to do this. SMA 50, add, close. All right. So, we're pretty far off that 50 SMA on APLD. We're a good distance above that right now. I don't know how far above that, but we're a good distance above that. So, yeah, you're not going to want stocks snuggled right on the 50 SMA because, even on this day here, you'd only got it at this point here. Once it started moving up, you'd have never seen it again because it would have been too far off that 50 SMA. Not sure where you're looking to pick this up, but this will dovetail into something really great here. I did this yesterday. This is something I'm happy to go over every day. Our stocks like this page. Bear with me while I look for the link to that. Bear with me, bear with me. All right, so we've got this page called Stocks Like This. And what you can do is you can back engineer to say, hey, this stock did this thing at this day around this time. What were some filter settings and values and alerts that went off? So let's just pretend we want to catch APLD on 611. Let's see, where's 611? This is 611. Let's say we want to catch APLD on 611 as it started to break out back up over here. So we'll call that around 130. So here we go, APLD on June 11th at 1:30. So that's what, 13:30. There we go. And we're going to get a 5-minute snapshot here on what it was doing then. And here is every single alert that was triggered during that 5-minute span of time. And here's every filter value's minimum and maximum values during that 5-minute time too. And then you could take 2, 3, 4, 5 of the most important filters to you and base a scan on that. Here's where you got to be careful with the stocks like this page. If you just all of a sudden take like 15 of the data points and you put them, really narrow focused on what those exact values were, the odds of you getting another stock that did exactly what that stock did at that point with, so focused and narrowed down are not very high. So you got to paint this with a broad brush and decide what are the filters I want to be really focusing on that will matter to not just getting me a setup, to getting me this specific setup with that specific stock, but similar setups again that match in the ballpark of it. You're never going to recreate it perfectly. That's just not the way it works. Stocks never do the same thing exactly twice, like lightning. So yeah, this is something I go over once in a while, Justin. We did this yesterday. We actually went over this one yesterday. So you get the snapshot. Now the snapshot is based on top list data. So for example, in native top list, you're not going to have a 1 minute volume filter. You're not going to have a 1 minute change filter. You can add those, on the back end for customs. And so you'll see I have those. Any customs you have will be at the bottom of the list. So, here's 1 minute volume percent, for example. I don't know if I even have 1 minute change anymore in here. I've just got a bunch of nonsense in here. There's nothing special in here in my customs. They're all things that from troubleshooting other users, I don't even know what 90% of them, I don't even know what they do. Maybe even 99% of them, I don't know what they do. Just a user had trouble with something. I had to rebuild their custom just to see, if the custom was what was keeping it off a scan. So that's the stocks like this page. Let me get you a link to that. I think it's a very powerful tool, but remember, it could be powerful in helping you. It could be powerful in setting up bias as well. So that's how you can take, now this data doesn't go back nearly as far as the rest of our data does. You are limited, more limited on how far this goes back. You could also do it wider brush, instead of 5 minute durations, you could go all the way up to 60, 5, 10, 15, 30, and 60 minutes. I think most people want 5, but, to each their own and all that. And so, you're building a momentum, whatever you're building, don't matter. You could take this and say, gee, I want to really, catch the stock ABC did XYZ and I want to catch it and I want to see some different volume stuff, maybe RSI or Bollinger Bands or change in X amount of time, relative volume, so on and so forth. You'll get all that data in there in that snapshot for the duration period you select on the day you selected. Daryl, that doesn't surprise me that you use that a lot. I'm not surprised by that. So again, anybody with more questions, anything else to come in? Yes, it looks like your keyboard's good too there, Daryl. You could also, aside from the stocks like this page that I got up there, you could also do this. So Barry created this a long time ago and shared it with me. And he created like an in-system, I don't know what to call it exactly, in-software stocks like this. Let me see, do I still have it? Yeah, so here we go. Barry just added a ton of columns to an alert window and then just new high alert. You could add other alerts if you wanted. And then, if I wanted to look up a specific stock, I could go to the stock and, I could take a look at it. So again, APLD, press OK. And then I could go history and I could do today, for example. And I'm going to get all this data on APLD as it made new highs throughout today, on each of these columns. And you can modify what columns, you can build this based on the columns you want to see on it. You don't have to do it just new high. You can do 5 minute high, running up, running down, new low, 5 minute low, so on and so forth. So different ways to mine data essentially, and to get a snapshot of what stocks are doing at a specific time, and some insight onto building a scan. I'll give you, so in the user's guide, it has the actual stuff in there for it. I really caution, don't use it. It's a very disappointing system. We are working on something that will be much nicer, because here's the thing. So on here, click on in that page here. I'll share the page. But you're only going to get an alert once every 20 minutes. It's really not something you want to use. But anyways, on that page, if you click on this, you'll get a page like this, and you'll put you'll create a strategy, put the collaborate link, what the message title is, and you'll set it up to your email, or make sure you have the right configuration with your SMS or whatever you want. And then you turn the strategy on, and that's it. And you save it. And that's it. And you can get a maximum of one alert every 20 minutes. And you don't even know if you're scan alerted 30 times over that 20 minutes, you don't even know what alert's going to come from it. So, you play around with it, never hurts. But it's, originally it was designed for people that, had very narrowed down alert windows, that made very few alerts on the day. That's what it was designed for. And it was never updated in any way after that. Yeah, Dragon, you could do dark theme on the chart specifically, not on the scans, but you can color scans. There's limitations to it, but if you right click the chart, go to properties, look for dark theme, and you'll have a dark chart. You could also shade the charts if you want. If you right click a chart, go to chart style, go to color grid, background color, if you want to shade a gray or something. So like, see, I'm shading it gray, different grays. You want like green or blue or red or orange or whatever in between, purple. You can do that too. Yeah, a whole new, Justin, a whole new tech stack is being built out. So what we see for the software right now will cease to exist at some point in the not extremely distant near future. Is it 6 months? Is it 12 months? I couldn't tell you, but it is the number one focus of the development team, is an entire new tech stack. There'll be a downloadable version that is, not what we're seeing now. And there'll be a version that is a web version that is an exact mirror of that download version, or as close to an exact mirror as possible. So it'll be a version for Mac and Linux users, but both will exist. I know we'll support this system for a while after that new tech stack comes out. What that while looks like, I couldn't tell you. All above my pay grade. And once that new tech stack comes out, there will be some mobile things that come with it, without a question. Bringing us up to the current date and standard, with notifications and things of that nature. So those are things that are actively being worked on. Again, I just can't say it's not a month away, and I can promise you it's not 3 months away. I think 6 months would be highly optimistic, but I also don't think it's 2 years away either. But that's going on, being worked on at the same time that we still have to support what we've got going on here as well. Oof, now it's real bright on me. Forgot that does that. Interesting. Blue gradient. There we go. Back to my off-white color that I so dearly like. Alrighty. So again, any questions? Don't be shy. Got a few minutes left here. I notice lag sometimes between your servers and the IB server, especially on fast-moving stocks. When you say lag, are you talking about the charts? Which, where specifically you see that lag? Stock price. There shouldn't be any lag. Our charts are real time. I haven't seen any lag myself. Then again, I guess I don't look at the fastest of fast stocks. On a 2-minute chart. Yeah, I don't have a broker open right now to make the comparison to. I mean, technically, our charts are on a quarter-second refresh, is what they're really on. So you're gonna find some high flyers. What am I doing? That's what I'm doing. I don't want to do this. That's why. It's certainly not. How is that? How's that the most changed stock over the last minute? I find that very hard to believe. I'll look further into it. If I load a broker right now, it's going to crash. Crap. That crash screwed something up I was doing. I just want to see because when I was last day trading, our charts are pretty on the money with time and sales from IB. So, all right, a couple of minutes left, folks. Don't be shy if you got questions. Is that stock you're asking about? Nope, it is not a stock. So again, folks, couple more minutes. Good session. Really appreciate all the comments and questions. Let's see. CCTG. All right. When we wrap this up, I'm gonna load a broker and just see how off it looks. Yeah, the library would be the channel bar and the dock channel bar. So if you go to new channel bar, We've got all the scans that'll be in these different channels. There's a show more here. So they're really layouts, but you could, save any individual scan in there to your own cloud and then build your own layout from that. Dock channel bar, same kind of concept. You just got to do one more step on the dock channel bar. So if you load, let's say, I don't know, explosive winners. It used to be explosive. There we go. Explosive winners. If you wanted a specific scan from here, race or tree map or whatever it is, right click and then duplicate into free floating window. Then right click and save it to your cloud. And you could load it into any layout you wanted after that. And that's how you could build layouts. And again, there's a show more down here. So you got all these other channels down here in the dock channel bar as well. They purposely do not have all the same channels. There are a few that overlap, but they don't all overlap. There's a reason for that. But that would be what I'd call a library of scans. There's actually also this, I always forget. This cloud hub here. I don't even remember what's in there. There's some scans in this as well. Justin, I think there's a grading system in that for the candlestick alerts. So the higher you rate it, the quote more accurate it'll be. So let's see, candlestick patterns. Yeah, these percents in here. So I think the higher the percent you go, the more accurate it will look. So there's that cloud hub. So some different layouts and stuff like that are in there as well. I've never really gone over the page. It was something that was created and came as a shock to me when I discovered it. Some different, the categories can be found this way or this way here. So a few different things like that. But I think most of that's living inside the channel bars anyways. Fairly certain they are. Fairly certain whatever you see in there is mostly in the channel bars. There's also, if you're in the trader's room, Barry streams to this. And then he also streams to what we call the trader's room itself. He has scans in one of the tabs in there as well. Barry scans are always very popular. And if nothing else, taking a scan that's been in use for a while by traders, use it as a template as well. Take what they've done, look at what they did with it, around the filter, the theme of what they were building and searching for, the filters they use, so on and so forth. And you can use those as ways to build your own scans, gain your own ideas, things of that nature. Barry has, not I think, I know Barry has a site. Where's Barry's site? Got it in my thing here somewhere. Here's Barry's site. So here's Barry's site, and I believe he's got scan. Yeah, view Barry's scans here. So if you click on that, you get all the different scans there. So I'll share a link to Barry's site as well. There we go. There's a link. So you've got a bunch of scans in there. And then also you can find a link into the trader's room. It's the same broadcast except for this hour each day. Barry takes a break and one of us take over on the YouTube side of things. The room itself just goes quiet. His screen is still up. He's still sharing it. And there's people in there chatting stocks and scans and, all that kind of related trade ideas, market stuff that don't migrate here for the hour that Barry takes his break as well.
There he is, thumping away at the keyboard.
Yes,
Thump,
always.
thump, 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 thump. That's the I always get a kick out of it.
One day I'll get a clackless keyboard, I guess, but
Nah, why
I don't
do
care.
that?
I don't really care that much.
I don't care. Okay. All right, Chris. Well, thanks for doing the double duty this week. And,
Of course.
I guess we'll see you next Monday then.
Maybe. You never know,
Maybe.
Barry.
Okay.
I could hit the Mega Millions this weekend.
True enough.
I could buy an island somewhere and just disappear, you know?
Or some customer could really tick you off, and that's it.
I suppose that's always a possibility too. Hopefully
that's far down on the list.
Yes, that's way down on the list. Thanks, Barry. Thanks, everybody. We'll see you on the next one. Take care.
Bye. All right, guys, I've taken over the screen. Just give me a moment. Back in both rooms. Get rid of my announcement. And also get my music going. I just caught the tail end of what Chris was talking about, and there is another. So Raj or anybody else still in YouTube right now? Okay, there is another area where you can find some scans. Okay, this is done way back. I don't know if Chris went over this. So if you click on New from the toolbar and then click on Alert Window and Strategies. These are some scans also. They're on the bullish, bearish side, okay, neutral. But if you look at the bullish strategies, as an example, you click on the plus sign. We have a lot. These were done, I think, almost when the company started over 20 years ago. So you can take a look at. So if you click on new daily highs, as an example, you click on it, you can see what the filters are, okay. And of course, you can load the settings. You can change whatever you want. Up big in pre-market. You know what? This is bottoms, pattern recognition. So there were a lot of scans there. That's on the bullish side. And then the bearish side is just the flip of them. Okay. New lows, new daily lows, etc. So there are some scans in here also. So I don't know if people who are asking that about sort of a repository of scans, that's another area to look. Meanwhile, yeah, did if I went over that too quickly, Raj, just click on New. Okay, click on New and then Alert Window. So New from the toolbar and then Alert Window. And then see where it says Start from Scratch? Just click on that. Well, actually, I'm sorry. Forget that. When you do that, this should pop up. This little box should pop up. And then the bullish strategies, just click on the plus sign and then they all explode. Okay. And then also on the bearish. Neutral, I've never really looked at. I don't even know what these are. Neutral, sector breakout, divergence, turbo breaks. See it before the breaking news. Okay. Oh, I don't know. I have no idea. Related scanners like 50. No. The only first of all, the only alerts we have for VWAP crossing is literally, it's not crossing the 50 MA. Okay, it is crossing the VWAP, like literally crossing the VWAP. Okay, I don't even think we have the 50. Yeah, okay, it would require. Let me just check our custom formulas. Okay. Well, if you're talking about crossing the that's the intraday VWAP. If you're talking about that, this is crossing the VWAP, intraday VWAP. Okay. So here's my purple line. If you can see what I'm see what I'm pointing at. There's the purple line. And so if a stock crosses the VWAP, you're good. Now, the only issue is it needs some volume confirmation. Some people don't like that. So it's not a matter of time frame. It's the intraday VWAP. If you're looking for crossing, other time frames, that's an alert, though. That is a real-time alert, sort of, because again, I say sort of because it requires and I'm talking to Raj in our YouTube room. It requires a volume confirmation also. Now, as far as we would not have an alert anyway of something crossing the 50, the VWAP crossing the 50, or vice versa, or the VWAP crossing the 50. But let me just see if we have. I don't even know if we have the 50. So these are the data points we've got. Okay, so okay, we do have the SMA 50. Okay, we do have it. So you could have the VWAP close to either above or below, but not crossing. So it's not an alert. Okay, you can, but it requires a custom formula. Okay, if you've never created one before, I can show you. In the guide. But if you said, SMA underscore 50 greater than VWAP, but it's not going to show, and it could show you stocks near it, but it's a little complicated. Now I know Chris Unusual. I know he also. If I were doing that, okay, in the guide, I'll show you. But I mean, it's you have to understand how to create formulas and all. But those are the data points. But in the guide, in our user guide, give me a moment. Shows you where you go to create them. So if you click on my homepage link, and you click on my homepage link, I'm talking to Raj in our YouTube room, and then scroll down a little bit till you get to the education section. Click on the more info, and then scroll down a little bit more. There's our user guide, and in the user guide, there's a section on custom formulas. Where is it? Custom formulas, custom formulas. I know there is one. Here we are. This is an advanced topic. Most of our customers do not do this, okay? But there it is, custom formulas. And it'll show you the probably two links where the data points are. How you choose to use them and combine them is going to be up to you, though, okay? And understand that those are not alerts. Those are filters that would be created. So you could find things like, the stock has to be above the 200-day. The VWAP is going to be above that, or that 50, or below it, but not crossing it. Now, I know, Chris, I was listening a little bit to what Chris was talking about. This is, if I were still doing this, and I know he talked about it, this is what I would do instead of the stock like this template. I know we showed it, and I think this is a superior way than the other one, because you can get right down to the seconds. Okay, the other one is every 5 minutes, and so for instance, stock like this template. So if I go to the properties, so symbol list, okay? So a single symbol. So you type in the, so let's just say you wanted to find out things that were, or wanted to find out what, okay, let's take a look at CCTG as an example, okay? Again, I don't do this. So if I wanted to find, now this is my trigger, a new high of the day. I could have different triggers, new 5-minute high, etc. But this is going to tell me, I think it's probably maybe a history. No, it's today. So here's the history. I'm sorry. So you do the history, and here, this is going to tell you every time CCTG made a new high and what the filter values were. Okay. And you can put whatever, all these filter values are based on whatever column headers you have. And of course, I have a ton of column headers. You can have as many column headers as you want. So this is what ours, but you can see it's every, it's not waiting every 5 minutes. Like the other one waits every 5 minutes to give you the readout. This will give it to you like to the second. Okay. Now, again, you can put, I've got a ton of filter or column headers in here. These are all filters, and you don't have to have them all. But this is what the software was looking at the time of these alerts. Okay. Yeah, I can give it to you. And remember, you have to go to symbol and put in this and put in only like type in that little box, the symbol that you want to follow, you want to track. Yeah, I guess you're right, Pepe. Of course, you could put an equal to, could be a cross, could be a bounce. All right, guys. So it's 1:13 now. So I'm going to click on, or get you to click on my homepage link, and one last time, look at my homepage and the information you can find on it. Don't think it's been changed yet, the promo code, but I can tell you that it is not available anymore. But let me see if it has been changed. No. So maybe Rudy, guy who looks after my homepage, maybe he's off today. So this is defunct now. Okay, you cannot use this. The Barry 100 is not good anymore. It expired yesterday. So if you want to take out a subscription right now, you can get 15% off, first month only, or the entire year of a premium or annual subscription using Barry 15. Okay. Remember, if you take out a monthly subscription, you'll get 15% off the first month only. You'll get mad when all of a sudden you're paying more the second month. It is clearly stated, it's the first month only. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription, it would really be helpful if you use my code. Why? Because I'm moderating two true trading rooms the YouTube room, and the trading room. And the company tracks the use of the promo code. So if they see my code being used enough, they don't mind keeping the rooms free. That simple. So if you're sitting in YouTube now wondering about this room, what is this one all about? A lot more activity in this room, more interaction amongst traders in this room. It's also free. Okay. Added bonus, it's open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Thank you, Obi, for doing that. So if you're looking to come into a room where there's activity with other traders in the pre-market, you can come in here. And again, it is free. And I get on the mic for both rooms at around 9, so anywhere between 9 and 9:15. Okay. Also, in this room, if you had a scan you wanted me to look at, you can't post links in YouTube, but you can post them in here. So, if you had something maybe that you were having trouble with, I might be able to help. So you can post links in this room. YouTube doesn't allow that. And if you keep scrolling down, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for the trade of the week right here. Okay. And it's free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription, click on my homepage link and scroll down, education section, click on the more info. Getting started with trade ideas. That's the first thing you have to do if you take out a subscription. 12 short videos to get you started. If you don't have trade ideas, before you take out a subscription, find out what the program's all about. So you can start off with that second video, go to the end. Should give you an idea about what the program's all about. Maybe it is for you, maybe it's not. You can always try us for a month. You have to pay for a month, yes. But if you don't like it, just let us know and we'll unsubscribe you. Okay? Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. 15 free videos if you're new to trading. And last, if you're looking for some of the scans and things that I'm sharing, and you clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section, here they are. So the large cap gainers is right here. The other race, the volatile race, is right here. Pulse resumes is down here. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actors up and down. And I do have this scan up, the daily trend reversals, which unfortunately I should have been all over a lot of these shorts. Okay, the daily trend reversals should have been all over those ETF shorts earlier on in the day. I have other scans that I am sharing. I don't have them up and running, but you can take a look at them. Any questions about anything in the scans, just let me know. So I'm still holding out that there might be one later on in the day, one of these trend reversals on the upside, maybe some cheaper stock coming out of nowhere. That's what can happen in the afternoon. Well, Cuervo has won 11 races. Well, it was a pump. Oh, I see what you mean. Well, it could maybe it's going to hold. Maybe the VWAP's going to hold it. But how would you categorize SpaceX? Pump and dump? I mean, it's been pumped like heck. They make no money. They may never make any money. I don't want to be too mean about it, but I mean, it's just been pumped like heck. And maybe tomorrow, maybe the next day, you could get a massive dump. I mean, there's nothing behind it right now other than obviously Elon and the threat of something happening in the future. I'm not trying to downplay it at all in those terms, but I mean, right now it's just being pumped all over the place. Man, remember I was talking, I did my video on this. I mean, Look at Hun, what happened. Okay. We know what happened earlier. The market's not liking this OLN buying them. Had the pop right into the VWAP, right into it. Yeah, a couple of bars a little bit above it, but not much. And then, look at all this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, arguably 35 minutes hanging around the VWAP. And then the VWAP, so far acted as resistance. So from 1331 got down to 1294. Now it's trying to pop a little bit here. This is a new one. I haven't seen this one today. MYSE. Let's take a look at this one. Ugly looking. Okay, is this on the way down or up? SLBT. So it did have a little bit of a recovery. I mean, this was a wild one in the pre-market. I mean, it got up to $22 in the pre-market, pulled all the way back down to 7. I mean, did have a pop, but now it's been halted on the way down. SLBT. Moderna won 4 races. Let's see what's happening with Moderna. So mRNA, so a little pullback. Trend is still up for mRNA. Moderna strengthens commercial strategy as pipeline advances. That's a news headline I'm looking at. Somebody in the YouTube room, who was it? It was asking about maybe a bit of a lag. I'm not seeing any lag. I'm not saying, who asked that question? Was it Justin? I don't know if you're still in the room. I'm not seeing very much lag. And you asked about CCTG, which is very active. Here's our 133, 133, 133, 133. Okay, I'm not seeing very much lag. Okay. And that was a fast moving stock. What's the story with mRNA? No, I don't think I knew it. Nothing to do with pandemic, just something about their pipeline. Moderna strengthens their commercial strategy as the pipeline advances. Preparing for new potential product launches, advancing a broad pipeline. That's all. No. I don't think it's anything to do with weight loss. A weight loss drug. Don't think so, anyway. All right. Do I dare? No, I don't dare. You know, the VWAP is right above this. This is, I thought maybe I would try to short this SPCX. It's having a bit of a dip now, bit of a dip. I mean, it got 218 down to 213. There's been some pretty wild within 5 minute swings of this SpaceX. There's a $5 one right there within 5 minutes. But coming into the VWAP, so again, if I thought SpaceX was going to continue down, you can buy this one. And that minus 21%, that means that SpaceX, the stock, is up, but about 10.5%. You know what I haven't seen from our AI in the last little while are some of the really big percentage moves of the cheap ones. Haven't seen too many in the last little while. The ones that have been doing pretty well are we'll call them more expensive stocks, but not the sub $5 stocks. Saw this one earlier, guys. SLNH, but ugly. I mean, just too much chop for me, anyway. All right, guys. Well, listen, things are slowing down quite a bit for me, anyway. How's that Corvo doing in terms of okay? I mean, got to watch it. I mean, look at this VWAP. Maybe the VWAP's going to hold it. This is not shortable for me. I'm not even sure I can buy. I think I can buy this one. I think I've bought this one before. Of course, before meaning months ago. But and when I say, and the float, I mean, it's not crazy low. A lot of volume. Lot of volume. Company's director bought approximately 2 point. Well, okay, there you go. I mean, that's the reason for the lift. Company's director bought approximately 2.87 million share equivalent position. Okay. So let's see if the VWAP holds it. Let's see if it acts as support. Call it around the 5 level. All right, guys. Well, let's see. I mean, it's coming faster approaching the VWAP, CRVO. Will it hold it? Still up 109%. I'm going to put a price order in the mid 30s or low 30s just to see if it gets there, which is the high of the previous 5-minute candle. But you can see that the trend has changed. I mean, obviously it's changed just by the color. Well, we've gone quiet, guys. Both rooms have gone quiet. I may put myself on mute now. I'll hop back on the mic if there's a question. You know they're counting. All right, guys. Well, I think I'll wrap this up now. I don't see any questions coming in, so I think I'll just wrap it up right now. The room will close when I close it. William might open it, keep it open a little bit later tomorrow. So have a great evening, everybody. Thanks for all the help. The room will open, the main room will open around 6:45 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow. That'll be Obi doing that. Thank you, Obi. I'll open YouTube at around 9. So, and I'll get on the mic for both rooms at about anywhere between 9 and 9:15. So have a great evening, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. So I'm going to stop the screen sharing, muting myself in the main room, ending the stream in YouTube.